kids from school, some of my old friends in my family. It's true, the grass is greener where you're not at. But when you can't leave, when you can't breathe, it drives you mad. They had my body hanging till the dirt covered my face. Now I'm awake and raging, the devil let me out my grave. I said a hangman outcast returns from the depths of hell. Now let me tell you how the story goes. Outcast returns from the depths of hell. They'll never find me 'cause I'll go into the shadows. In the same way I spent my days on earth before. And while they never know the depths of where I sang to, they're lucky that I'm still the same as I was before. Bells are ringing, chimes are clanging, fire burning, house ablaze. My hands are up, they're waving, the Lord's Son will not save. They had my body hanging till the dirt covered my face. Now I'm awake and raging, the devil let me out my grave. I got sick of standing in a line with other outcasts. Some kids from school, some of my old friends in my family. It's true, the grass is greener where you're not at. But when you can't leave, when you can't breathe, it drives you mad. They had my body hanging till the dirt covered my face.
All right, we are live. I'm still kind of on the fence about that countdown thing, but it was good to kind of do a test stain so far. Shout out to, of course, David for making that. Give me a second. This is going to be open link. I decided to give y'all a preview of what's going to happen on the Hangman Outcast. That's going to be on David's channel, the Network 3000, on May 14th. So, well, where do we begin, actually? Actually, I think we start from today, and then we can backtrack to previous events. So, earlier today, I have been making a mockery of one certain motherfucker by uploading some old streams, and surprisingly, the outreach I've been getting regarding just the shock and hatred of this person has been just crazy. And the hypocrisy with other things, right? And of course, I am talking about one Ulysses Anthony Perry, a man that has a clear mental issue, a man that is, what's the word I'm looking for? Has anger issues. He's a mental nutcase. He is somebody that, if I'm being really honest, has no value. Hello, Caucasian. So I showed some clips or some streams from about his obsession. Then he went, it was so funny. He went to DH, who I'm cool with, by the way. I know it's been a minute since I've actually probably said anything on this channel, so maybe some people don't know that. That would be Dark Horse Purge. That guy, he did a fantastic video on Cody Rhodes a few weeks ago. He went to go cry to him, which is funny. He always has this tendency, and I'll explain in a minute, where he has to go and cry and go get some help. To make him feel better, he could come in and, he could bring backup with him. That's the only way he could actually handle anything at all. Let's see. What's up, Princess? Well, Jordan, I guess I'll take some inspiration from you. So anyway, so with him, he went to go cry about it, right? What's funny is he's trying to make a big deal that I broke an agreement. Funny, because if I remember correctly, you and DH made the same agreement where you would not talk shit about the other person, and you broke your agreement. How do I know this? Because I've seen the clips. Well, fuck Leon too. But anyway, I was nice to him on fucking Umbrella stream for Umbrella. Anyway, now let me tell you who Ulysses Perry is. Of course, his channel on here is Ulysses Perry. He used to go by many names: Chase, Big Boy, Chase 25, Chase 2950, or some other bullshit. I don't know. Where did this all begin? Because there's a lot of people who may not know the full story. They only know his side, and let's be honest here, he is a pathological liar. I may have lied in the past. I'm not going to say we've all lied. But compared to the lies that he has said, 2850. See, that's how irrelevant he is. I didn't remember all his names. To show you where this all began, let's take it back to, I think, at the end of 2020. I met him on, I can't remember. Let's see, this is how irrelevant he is at the end of the day. I don't even remember where I met him. I just remember he was leeching off of the Hangman Outcast, because that's what he does. He does this off of everybody. He leeches anywhere he can, because he is a horrible content creator. The only time he gets decent clicks is when he talks about drama. Now, you could say the same about me, but facts are there. Everybody who actually matters in their opinion knows that I do make quality content overall. Now, before anybody asks, I'm not even mad. I'm actually happy, because I'll get into it in a minute. So I met him around the end of 2020, early 2021. and we were kind of cool. You know, we were you know, we had a yeah, and he did this on a fucking comment section. That's the only reason why I'm bringing it up. If it was private, I'd keep it private. You know, but since this was a public comment section, I could talk about it. Anyway, so we met around the summertime of 2021. Well, let me get into that. One thing I want to say, I'm feeding my dogs currently. Anyway, one of the things is that, you know, he always kind of weirded me out a bit, you know, and I decided, you know, I thought about meeting him up in person. Then he wanted to go and meet at a strip club, which I thought, you know, I've been to strip clubs, you know, I fornicate with some strippers. You know, I'm not going to sit here and deny an opportunity to go to a strip club. But however, I do think it's a little weird that in our first interaction, you want to go to a strip club. You know, why not go out to dinner? Why not go to a mall? Why not go see a movie? Something like that. Just do something. You know, something that's kind of, again, like, and he does this with everybody. He did this with also Mason, which, by the way, hopefully when Mason does come down here, me, him, and my girl are going to go to the strip club. But the difference is I've known Mason for what now? Fucking, how long has it been? Fucking, well, 4 years, but we've met in person at least a few times. So that was my first red flag of him. Then, and I didn't really know about a lot of any of the other behind, like, stuff from the past with him. I didn't know about how he raped Crystal, which there was a video confirming this, by the way. How he cheated on his girlfriend Veronica for fucking Crystal. How he leached off of Crystal and lived at his apartment or lived at her house or whatnot. How he filmed an underage kid without the kid or the mother's consent, just to get dirt on another guy. And I'll talk about him in a minute. And again, some of these videos are still accessible one way or the other. So if you need links or need access to them, let me know. Even people who have Discord. My Discord is House of Chayton on Discord. Anywho, so around the time in 2021 in the summertime, he's like, there's not, like, I guess, like, Soppy and him are, I don't think they fuck, like, I don't think they're like buddy, but they're, you know, they're chill. Anyway, so going back to it, so in the summertime, I made a very big mistake. I let my personal matters in my personal life get the better of me and let it migrate into the YouTube sphere. Something I shouldn't have done, something I regret doing. I unfortunately made that mistake and it became a circus, as most of these things do, where, you know, my ex was interviewed and all sort of stuff. Well, going back to Ulysses, he decided. Now, one guy threatened to kill me, but, you know, we like, and I'll get to that in a minute because he actually, I won't say who, but he apologized to me about that later on. But, and plus, unless he actually came down here, would have been impossible because we're states away from each other. Not trying to talk shit, just geographically speaking. Well, this dude, who at the time I thought lived near me, now he does live near me. So he decided to act like a knight in shining armor and say, if I ever see him, I'm going to slap him on sight. So that was his first mistake. So he even came on my stream. He tried to say other stuff regarding when I tried to explain myself in that god awful stream that unfortunately is still out there somewhere. But anyway, well, like I said, Call is not. It doesn't have to worry about anything. I'd even make him a mod if I need to. But anyway, so after that, he got everything was, everything was. We were talking shit to one another every so often. So then, well, and Jordan, like I would never offer to. I joke with you about it, but I never take you to that because even though we're in different spectrums of religion, I will respect your religion. Anyway, so after I think around the summertime, it was funny because this was like a role reversal. He was friends with DH, and he hated another guy. He threatened to kill him in a stream. Which again, he has a history of implying violence to people. He has a issue with implying violence, or implicating violence, or he has an issue with what's the word I'm looking for? Or he's very sensitive when he is being talked about badly. Like I guarantee you, he's going to try every day in his power to censor this stream and silence this stream. So around October, I think, he basically made a stream talking shit about someone's deceased mother, which again, I've said some horrible shit myself. We'll get to that regarding him in a little bit. Anyway, so we did that, like he did that. He was blackballed by a lot of people still to this day. And for some of the shit he said, some of the horrible shit he said. And he was, of course, and what happened was he was starting to flirt with my ex. Now, he has a history with going after people's exes. I'll get to more of that in a little bit. So, after that, he was blackballed by a lot of people. It was even said that he sent a dick pic, an unsolicited dick pic to my ex. And again, I want this to be perfectly clear. Again, going back to the sensitivity. If he wanted to fuck my ex, any of my exes, go for it. They're exes for a reason. Anywho, so he did that. Me and him started talking, I think, around the end of 2021 into 2022. And what really made me decide to be a somewhat decent friend to him, or try to be, was he was friends with my friend Lennon. By the way, Len, shout to you. Happy birthday, man. I hope you had a fantastic day. Anyway, so I thought he was treating Lennon good. Then come to find out, he wasn't a good friend. He wasn't a good friend to Lennon, and he wasn't a good friend to this other person, Mason. And he did a video. That is fake. That is true. That is true. If only I didn't have to get copyright claimed, I would do it. Anyway, so he was a horrible friend. He would make them do things that would make them uncomfortable. And I'm going to show you an example. Again, maybe this video will stay up, maybe this won't, because again, how he is, he may get butthurt about it. But I'm going to show you this video real quick to show you the example.
This thing ain't even recording. You can tell that's in the red light blinking. Freaking, god damn. Anyways, Mason,
Yo, what's up?
did you have fun?
I had a hell of a ton of fun.
Did you have plenty to eat?
Plenty to eat today.
Plenty to drink? Plenty to devour? Plenty to suck on?
Pretty much.
Plenty to spank?
Hell yeah.
There you go. There you go. Now we both did. We've been there for about what time is it?
6:19.
So we've been there for 2 hours. God damn. So it was freaking worth it, people. So I'm done. Lennon, for God's sake, stop messaging him while he's trying to have fun. Cock blocking little goblin. God damn. What? He was. I know it was him. I know it was him. I know it was him. No, who was messaging you? Tell it.
I mean, it was Lennon.
Lennon, you dumb piece of shit! Hey, no, don't do it. It's a sin. It's a sin. Dude, go back to cleaning your cane. Let him have some fun, dude. Shit. Nah, but I mean, it's really hanging out with you and stuff. I mean, shit, I've been hanging out with different people and stuff like that, just trying to 3-day birthday weekend. Oh, man. I'm not drunk yet. I'm not drunk. I only had like a few drinks, and I'm not drunk yet. So, fucking A. I got a camera too much just here. Yeah, but this was fun. The second year in a row being at Tiffany's.
Hell yeah.
And same girl.
Do it again.
What, we do it again next year or what?
Hell yeah.
We gotta add a little bit more to it. I mean,
I'm gonna bring Slickling this time over here.
who?
Slickling, Caleb.
Oh, well, we gotta take him here. We gotta take him here. He needs to be a man by now. He needs to be a freaking man.
Don't worry, we'll get that covered.
Oh yeah.
He's my best friend.
God damn. But you're energetic. You're not tired or anything, right?
No.
Okay, because I know you got some stuff planned for him later, so he needs all the energy he can get.
Yeah.
So maybe we're going to Shake Shack now, but maybe we should just go with the occasional salad. I won't rub that in your face anymore.
Oh, I'm gonna get a burger, man.
Okay, good. Get a burger, fries, and a shake. We're both going to do that.
Yeah.
So
Get a chocolate.
you only got to work with one. I got to work with two later. So, I mean, come on. You got to cut some slack on that. But I will say this. I know you were hanging out with everybody else and stuff like that. It's whatever. I will say, of course, like, you know, I'm still pissed off at Lennon for some shit. I will say that. I'm not going to get into it. Maybe I'll talk to him again one day, but right now I'm just going to enjoy myself while you're in town. It is what it is. Dragon, go fuck yourself. Shane, I mean, hopefully you cleaned up your place. I mean, goddamn. So, shit. I know you guys have been partying, trashing everything. You trashed this place, didn't you? He trashed the place. You peed on the wrong side of the toilet bowl. So, I mean, goddamn. But yeah, I posted a video on Facebook. Well, not a video, but a picture of us in there. We could have posted more pictures, but the place is really strict as far as recording or pictures. It's usually up to the girls themselves. They have to take the pictures themselves. He can testify to that. Oh, my Lord. But it was still fun. How many girls did we dance with? Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many was it? They had 7 girls in their total, and I pretty much danced with all. I had danced with all of them except for one, the one that you liked the most. I don't want you to feel bad. Like, I'm taking your woman. I have a record of stealing. I know how to make a woman happy. You're not doing your job, so I gotta do it for her. I'm used to doing other people's jobs. So it's how it's made. I was born in June on the 25th. You were born on the 21st?
8th.
8th. So you're not a Cancer. You're a Gemini?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm a Cancer thing. So the Cancer zodiac, that means we care and we take care of our people. So it's what I do. So now we take care of Mason. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
Nope.
No. You're just back and forth, back and forth. Oh, by the way, some of these other girls, you let them dance on you. You're like fucking frozen. You're barely touching them. Like, I'm barely touching. What was that all about?
I don't know.
Like, how many years is in 12? I forgot. What's she doing? You had to find, like, you know, Mamacita on you, and you're like, oh, what do I do? What do I do? Oh, my God. Did I vote for Trump? I forgot. God damn. Oh, but anyways, it's time to go eat. I'm going to turn this thing off. My shoulders are getting tired. So, but yeah, it's a pretty good area, so I will say that. Tiffany's was pretty good. It wasn't as packed as I thought it would be. I'm actually kind of glad. And then seeing the girls dance and all that. And I don't even know how much I tipped. I didn't tip too much. At least like I probably like 300 and another 100. So like $400 in 20s, and then gave away all my singles. So, but I'm saving more because I am coming again with a few friends on the 25th of June is Wednesday. So it'll be a Friday or Saturday, one of those two.
Oh, okay.
Depending on which one, like, we're gonna have more free time. So, you know, we're single, so what the fuck?
Yeah.
So I don't want people judging us saying, oh, what are you doing? You being a whore? No, fuck yourself. Having fun. So, fucking it. I don't know. Yeah, it's still hot. I thought it would be dark when we came outside.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Fuck.
I'm ready to go eat now.
Alright, let's go eat. Fuck. Alright, I'm turning this shit off. But anyways, happy birthday, Mason.
Thank you.
So,
So Anyway, so you saw that. Well, that was from after you called him a toothless ogre dragon. Anybody wants to know why he suddenly hated dragon at that point? Now, before I continue, I'm going to find my cigarettes. You want me to continue real quick? Sorry for the wait, guys. Also, don't be shy. The StreamYard link is in the chat. Anyway, and if anybody has any stories that you want to share, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Even if you want to say it in the chat, go to. But okay, so now we've gotten to that. Okay, so anyway, so all right, give me a few minutes because I gotta get back in to get on my phone. I'm gonna smoke while I'm doing this. I'm gonna enjoy my cigarette. Anyway, so going back to it. Oh yeah, you can't. Fucking YouTube. Anyway, hey, maybe if he takes down my channel, then I could make a new channel and we can actually comment and all that. I actually may keep this up. Anyway, going back to everything. Because at the end of the day, I don't care what happens to this channel. Anyway, my point is, you saw how uncomfortable Mason was getting, especially when he was referring to Lennon, Eva Dragon, or even me. Like, I'm sure you all saw that. I'm sure you all, saw, like, motioning. Also, Ulysses making fun of Lennon's disability regarding his cane. Like, a lot of things. Now, let's get to that. Let's get to that whole, because that was kind of the beginning of everything. Because I was already on, like, Ulysses was already on thin ice with me. The only reason why I kept him around, honestly, was because of another friend of mine who I will not name decided, like, wanted me to try to understand, but later on, both of us kind of realized what a piece of shit he is. Anyway, so it was around that time when there was a few things that happened. Ulysses, for one, when they were at the strip club, tried to show Mason pictures of my don't know if it may have been, but my apartment complex, probably on a day I didn't clean. And he tried to say how dirty it was. Funny enough, he did not know Mason already been to my apartment that day. And at that time, I could have made a stream about it, but I confronted him like a man. I told him, don't do that shit again. Still got the message to prove that as well. Because, and where did he get those messages? Well, it was from another ex he tried to hook up with. So after that, I laid the ground on him. I fucking told him, don't do that shit again. And that was about it. About a few weeks later, he tried to confront Mason because, again, he likes to pick on people who he thinks he could take. Not talking shit about Mason or Lennon, but again. And so after that, he confronted Mason and all that. And Mason decided, now some people could call it immature, but I'll get to why that is stupid later on. He decided to block Ulysses. Funny that Ulysses called Mason a bitch for blocking him, yet when he blocked me for no reason, he said he had his reasons. And it's kind of been convoluted of what those reasons were, which I'll get to in a little bit. He says it's because of me talking shit about certain people. Here's another thing. Here's some contradiction right there. He said this in Umbrella's stream. Shout out to Umbrella. You know, I'm supposed to be on his stream tomorrow night, giving him some entertainment value. Because that's what I do. I like to give people entertainment. So he said that he calls my obsession, or he calls our beef an obsession on my end, right? Funny, because one of your friends is obsessed with another person. I'm referring to Kevin Daddy, the fat fuck from the UK, the bedman, futon, all that good shit. I'm sending you the link now, Jordan. Oh, wait, I could do all my... I'm a dumbass. I forgot. I finally got my Facebook on the computer. I am a dumbass. Oh, give me a second. I'm going to check a message real quick while I send Jordan the link. All right. For right now, this is like a preview for the Outcast, more so. I gotta give me a drink. Jordan, I sent you a link in the Renegades chat. Just FYI. Anyway, so after that, Ulysses, like I said, he got mad that Mason blocked him. Then again, he did. And then, of course, he talks about our beef being an obsession. Yet, one of his close friends is obsessed with another man, Kevin Daddy, being obsessed with Arthur Woodson. You know, so honestly, you shouldn't be talking shit about anybody in that regard. Like, you shouldn't be talking about anybody like that on your behalf. So, you know, anyway. So, you blocked me, and I was like, okay, whatever. You know, I made a little joke about it, didn't care. You know, wasn't something that kept me up at night. Then, what was it? This is what, like, he wants to know the reason, right? He wants to know the reason and the potential solution. I'll give him both, since again he's too much of a bitch to come in here himself. But because anybody could come in. Let me double check, because it's been a minute since I've used this thing. Let me see if anybody is banned from coming in here. That way I know, so that way I kind of have an idea. All right. Yeah, nobody, none of the people like are banned. Okay, good. Anyway. So anyway, let me check. Okay, he saw the link. Oh, got another message. Fuck, I'm getting message all. All right, I'm going to listen to that in a little bit because it is a long message, but I am going to send him the link just to watch. He doesn't have to come in if he doesn't want to, but I will send him the link. Give me a second. All right, I'm trying to see because I don't see Jordan in here yet. retaliated. Fuck. Earlier. Okay, so anyway. So going back to everything. My apologies. Phone's been blowing up, you know. So back to what I was saying. God damn, I see Stephanie Vaquer on Facebook. God damn. Always the women that distracts me. Anyway, sorry about that. Anywho, so yeah, it wasn't until around the end of the year where me and him, we were having group conversations. Me and him were on semi-good terms at that point, but I was already kind of over him. He was being very volatile towards me. You know, again, he has threatened to assault. He has threatened to harm me. He has talked shit about people's deceased relatives with really no apology whatsoever. Yeah, unless it's forced, if I'm being perfectly honest. So it was at the end of the year that me and him finally had enough with him, because there was a situation going on. I won't get into too much detail because it's irrelevant in terms of what was the same, but there was an account going around, and all right, Jordan. Anyway, huh?
How's it going?
Oh, good. You're low.
Sorry. Wait, is this better?
Yeah, I can hear you better.
Yeah, the mic's a little bit far from my face, you know, because I'm not using a headset.
So I won't say who was in those private calls regarding that discussion, but I will that are not here. But I will say me and Jordan were in those private conversations with Ulysses. We were basically trying to get him to understand the bigger picture and not fucking lose his shit, which unfortunately he did. So I'm glad Jordan's in here for context purposes, because it does involve him just a tad as we get closer to the current day, and then I'll go back a little further, even before me and him met, referring to me and Ulysses. Then he decided to open his mouth with a comment saying, if I find out it was you behind it, you know, you're not going to like what happens. So it was another threat. At that point, I got tired of the fucking bullshit. I got tired of fucking playing nice with him. He was already a piece of shit to people like Lennon and fucking Mason. So at that point, I was fucking done. So that started the whole fiasco again. Now, he decided, because I was just fucking with him at that point, he decided to make things personal by having another ex, because I guess the whole situation with that is like, oh, well, if you're just joking, or even if you're not saying that, oh, you're trying to get with my ex, oh, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get my ex or his ex on here to interview and to clarify that she's never been interested, even though she, like, y'all were. But then you have her claim rape allegations. Fun fact, though, because after that happened, about maybe a month or two later, I got a message from that same chick. I won't say who, because I don't want to get involved. I didn't even bring her up by name in the stream. See, this is the other thing. Whenever I joked about that to Ulysses, I never brought her up by name. Nobody knew except maybe a small handful of people behind the scenes. But outside of that, nobody knew. So he decided to make it more public and personal with that. Then, two things. One, I actually saw her at a concert, a K-pop concert a while back. I don't know if, because I had different hair than the last time she saw me, but you know, wasn't. But before that, she contacted me. She told me that, one, she was forced to be on that stream by him because she, as she says, she was pestered by him. And then the other thing was, she, of course, apologized to me and all that. Again, making those claims is something that's hard for me to fully forgive. But, you know, I at least tried to be diplomatic about the situation, probably a little bit too much more nicer than I should have been. But I did tell her I was going to block her again. Hope she had a good life, blah, blah, blah. And I openly told her that the guy that Ulysses is not who you think it is. I could go on and on, but I don't want to bore you because it's a lot. So I'd rather just tell you that he's not the person. So I'm glad you made the decision to distance yourself from him. Anyway, so going back to that. So that was that. So then after that, it became personal. And like I said, it's funny. He gets mad when I talk about his midget friends because he has a not a god complex, but he has a big man complex where he has to be around people or pick on people who are smaller than him, or he deems so that way it makes him bigger, right? So he decided he gets mad that I talk shit about his friends, his midget friends, Josh, Athens, Shaq, or Shaquille, or whatever the fuck his name is. He gets mad when I do that. But here's the funny thing. Just in the stream today on Umbrella Stream, he mentioned Jordan. Talking about him me forcing Jordan to be friends with him again.
Yeah, I want to get to that real quick.
Yeah.
In a bit because I have a lot to say about him in my case.
Yeah.
But anyway, if you just so you're clear, I haven't been saying much because I was looking for a headset that I can use, and I remember the old headset that I used, before I had to move, or at least I did use them a little bit when I was still doing R&R, and I still am. But
oh yeah, give me a second. I was just looking at a link. Anyway, fun right now. Anyway, my point. Okay, so anyway. So he has an issue when I talk shit about those people, right? But then he gets mad that or when I talk shit about his friends, but yeah, he talks shit about people like you, Jordan, David, Mason, Dragon, whoever, right? Whoever he has an issue with, or whoever he calls everybody, like he says everybody around me is special ed. Well, let me tell you something, motherfucker. Who like you talk about that? Well, who do you have around you? Let's think about that for a moment, at least on YouTube. I don't know much about your midget friends outside of being midgets. So anyway, you say to yourself, or you claim that everybody who's friends with me are special ed, okay? All right, well, let's look at your friend.
Well, that's he's not wrong, except he's not right either.
Well, yeah, not everybody is like that, but let's be fair. And Jordan, I know you're friends with one of them, so brace yourself for this. Let's go with Exhibit A of Chase's friends. Kevin Daddy. He is a illiterate fuck. He's a dumbass. He's a retard. He has multiple issues. He's in and out of the hospital. He is obsessed with other men, like myself, like fucking Arthur and others, for right or wrong reasons in some cases. But hey, let's see. Bio Carlos. He is a mental case. He is he's bipolar. He is he has threatened death on people. Again, remember though, according to him, it's AI. Goated streamer though, he's the greatest of all time. He's great, goated. He's so great in terms of streaming. I wish he would for a channel that has 2,000 subs. I wish one day he will get to 200 instead of the 2 views he usually gets. Anyway, so you got Bio, who has a lot of mental issues. Then we have ZTB Brandon, who says he's intelligent, says he's good with things, but is fucking, what's the word I'm looking for? He is someone who is very hypocritical, probably has some mental issues himself. He's just too ashamed to admit it. Let's see, who else? What other mental cases there is? There's probably others, but those are the ones I could think of. Not all of his people, just like not all of my people are mental cases. I'll make that perfectly clear. But you have friends that have mental cases that have mental issues, right? So let's get back to the whole situation with the chick, right? After I explained the aftermath of that, I confronted him on a stream with a few other people in the stream. And I decided to give him what he always wanted, which was a fight. And then he decided, like a little bitch, to back out because if I didn't have a cameraman to prove a point, to show that nothing happened and all this other stuff. Like, you talk about strangling me, you talk about maiming me. You really think like a fight, like even if that video, even if it was for me not to call the cops, do you honestly think that if something were that to happen, because I'm not fighting to kill you, I'm not fighting to maim you, I would just fucking knock you the fuck out. And, or choke your ass out. That's the two things I would do. I'm not here to maim you. If you like, I may do you a favor and knock out what remaining teeth you have left. Real teeth, I mean. And I'll get to his looks in a minute because we'll get to that in a little bit. Anyway, so he backed out because he needed a fucking what's the word I'm looking for? He wanted to have a cameraman with him, which was a bitch move. Even other people who openly admitted that it was a bitch move, and all that. So he backed out of that. So at that point, it was done. Now, when I got the messages from the ex, where he openly said he'd stab me, at that point, the fight was over. Like I said, and he talked about earlier coming to his apartment, making it. I dare you to come to this apartment at any time, because a lot of people, like, the time for being a man or being a badass is over. You want to make claims like that, you're going to, wouldn't be wise to come down here because a lot, like you talk about, you're one of your friends, Shaq, Schick, whatever the fuck his name is, or Athens, whatever the fuck, they're ex-gang members. Wouldn't be something I want to promote since I think, what was it? One of them was a barbershop owner and the other one is a fucking model. Again, you talk shit about my friends, so fair is fair, as one of your other friends say. Fire is fire, asshole. Anyway, so wouldn't be wise because I know some people around here. They know about you. They don't like you. Trust me, I'm the only reason why they've not paid your ass a visit. Because again, you like you talk about if I have a problem with you, come to me. Like, trust me, you've had every opportunity about me and you've not done shit. Giving you times, places, all that. You make every fucking excuse in the book. So after that, we decided to, after
Can you
that,
still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. After that,
Am I coming in more clearer now?
yes. After that,
Okay, it must be the headset now.
Yeah. After that, I started talking shit about you after that because I like to play with my food. Because I made you my bitch. You will always be my bitch, and that's how it is. So, and you talk about me living in the past. Trust me, brother, you live more in the past than I do. Anyway, so we'll get to the point of the what do you call it? The recent stuff. He claims I'm jealous of him and mad at him that he met Arthur and or that he went to Vegas for WrestleMania.
No, listen, I mean, just because you're going to WrestleMania doesn't mean anyone's jealous. I mean, they can envy you, but that doesn't mean anything by it.
I don't even, because look at it this way. I think I did because I got sent this and I think I shared it in the Renegade chat. But he spent $3,000. Hello, DCX. He spent $3,000 on a WrestleMania ticket, and he
I like that picture he has, DCX, because it's got that Bully McGuire.
Yeah, he spent $3,000 on what was basically a glorified nosebleed seat. It was so like I spent $50 on my ticket, and for like a Raw, and I still got a great view in the nosebleed. So yeah, even in the Royal Rumble, got good view. I can still see the screen. I am to wince my eyes. Anyway, so if you call me calling you an idiot for spending that kind of money, and also you claimed you saved up to $100,000. Yeah, I believe that. Like I would believe that if you had a car, if you actually lived in a house and all that, probably you probably got it from your broke at like you probably begged it from your mother who gave you up for foster care when you were a fucking kid because she couldn't take care of your ass, and probably because you were a bastard. She was ashamed of you. Probably her biggest regret was letting you back in when you beat up your brother.
By the way, I saw the criminal record and all that, and shit, dude.
Yeah, and also, and here's something else. If anybody who says, "Oh yeah, you're here you go again, Shane, you're talking shit about someone's family member," you talked like, to be fair, you
You
talked shit about my mother, and
you
you
know
laughed about the idea of her dying. So at this, and at
you know
this,
he's also brought my mother up for quote unquote context. In fact,
yeah,
I'll get to that in my
yeah,
case in a minute, but go ahead.
yeah. So you probably begged your broke ass mom for for the money. You probably bummed your broke ass friends because queer like you are not as successful as you think you are. You have an elitist complex. You are someone who craves attention, craves acceptance. Granted, we're on YouTube, we all, but you are overall someone who craves attention everywhere. You crave attention on the internet. You crave attention from your friends. Look at the video with Mason when he was trying to act like he was a big. You know who he was riding with? Mason, because he's too broke to get himself his own car, or he's too broke to spend it on useless shit like his belts, like his fucking like strippers, like WrestleMania tickets. Hey, yeah, fun, great, but you were still talking shit even when on vacation. So again, point proven. Anyway, so actually, before I get into more of it, I'm going to like Jordan. If you want to say something, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll mute myself.
See, this is the part of the show where I come into play, and yet all of a sudden, this was like before the whole WrestleMania thing. So I will gladly take it from here. Okay, so just so we're clear, I'm only here because I want to be here, and because I'm not saying I'm a victim of Chase or Ulysses,
Oh,
whatever you
yeah,
want to call him.
Jordan. No, don't lie, don't lie. I forced you to be on here. I held you at gunpoint. I told you I was gonna nuke your entire town because I have all these connections, and I was even gonna nuke the entire state. That's how serious I was. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, see, folks, I'm here against my own free will. I'm here because he forced me. He said he'll do bad things in my in my neck of the woods. Blah 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 blah.
And then he was crying, and I told him,
Yeah,
shut the hell up, little
I
bitch. Take it
was
like a man, like sure.
I was laughing. I mean, no, excuse me. I was crying about it, and
Fuck that
yeah.
horse.
Hey, Dark Horse, how's it going? Hope you're doing okay. And you know what? Here's the thing. At least, with someone like Dark Horse, at least, he's somebody who you can actually have, actually have good vibes with, because he's actually, been very cool for the last few years. And yet
I'll say this before I go. I know I was going to let you talk, but I do want to say this. Like, of all the people, like, the one thing that this whole situation led to was me and Dark Horse making peace. And,
yeah.
It was something that never thought would happen. Never thought that it was, something that, and all that. I wasn't, I like Jordan even knows this, even before me and DH made peace, I wasn't like someone who held ill will anymore.
Yeah.
We've talked about things. We've discussed things like regarding other topics outside of YouTube, and I do see, like the side that, like I say, Jordan sees and all that and stuff that, so he's, despite our history, I'm glad that we were out of all this. That's the one thing out of everything that's happened the last probably 6 months or so. I'm glad that it led to me and DH making peace and, burying the hatchet. So that's one thing
That's
I'll
where
say.
the
Jordan,
remote was.
Jordan, continue.
Yeah. I just found my Apple TV remote. I knew it was somewhere on this table, but I guess, But anyway, so yeah. Just so we're clear, I want to get some things out of the way because I think I've already said this on Sloppy's panel before, and yet some people refuse to believe it or whatever. I was not manipulated or anything by Chayton at all to, bury the hatchet. If anything, let's get the record, out there because, I mean, this is a shoot, right? I mean, this is, we're supposed to tell, tell how it is and what really happened and all that. Basically, Chayton was more advised in the sense, by someone else, to make peace with me. Then he went to somebody who, me and him were mutually acquainted with. And again, I mean, you know how things go. I mean, some people just, tend to get mad, whether it's for the right reasons or the wrong reasons, but whatever. That mutual friend sent me the message, that Chayton wanted to meet with me, like, or actually have a, a StreamYard meeting or a call, whatever. And I made sure that I did things on my terms to make sure that everything was good, including, having someone as a witness. But overall, here's the thing. Chayton did not spin any, web of lies or whatever. The thing is, the thing is, I know when someone is bullshitting me, and I know when someone is not trying to bullshit me. And Chayton, from the tone of his voice and all that, yeah, I mean, he was not bullshitting. May he rest in peace as well. Yeah, I mean, we're still good with him, I mean, he's a very good person if you get to know him, but then again, it just sets off, why, some people don't like him and some people do, but but it's okay. But yeah, so after me and Chayton, after he apologized, I apologized to him after what happened, regarding the information getting out, and I don't know if it was, I think I apologized for mostly of, what I did, with the involvement I had towards you. No, oh no. Well, actually, Chayton was advised by Dan. I'll just say the name. He was advised by Dan to, make. Hey, stop it. Oh, it's at my closet door. Kiki, get away from there. Anyway, Dan advised Chayton, to, make, like to bury the hatchet with me and, finally get things, all, over and done with. And then the mutual friend that me and him had at one time, again, I don't know why he's in here, but whatever. But anyway, so I'm just, trying, like we got our, things, worked out between us. He apologized for what he did towards me. I apologize for the involvement I had as well. No, nobody's letting you in. If anything, you need to be put into a mental institution. If you don't know who's in the private chat.
Oh, yeah. I just came back in. Yeah, just stay backstage for right now.
I actually don't want him.
Oh, wait. No, I'm not gonna do that.
But anyway, so
I was smoking. I was like, why did you quiet? Why were you quiet? And I was like, oh, I know why.
Speaking of what, of which, between me and you, we did, say a lot of things, to each other that we kind of regret. I mean, and there is also the fact that, despite that, we are now very good friends again. And I told you, Chayton, did I not tell you that, there was a lot of things that I wanted from you that needed to be done. And I said one of them was no more bullshit. I mean, I want full honesty at all times, and you agreed with that, right?
Yeah.
And you have stayed true to that, and not once have you lied to me or deceived me in any way. And I know when I'm being deceived. And let's go ahead for another thing, because since Ulysses wants to keep bringing up the past and wants to, bring up, irrelevant shit, which again should be buried. And by buried, I mean buried. the thing is, yes, my mom has said in the public that I can be easily be taken advantage of and manipulated. Well, here's the thing. I can evolve sometimes when it comes to my mind and my, and my psyche when it comes down to things like this. And I can overcome fear. That can be one factor. I can overcome almost anything. And yet I try not to get taken advantage of by the wrong people. Now, Chayton, on the other hand, if he was taking advantage of me, I would know. Because I may look dumb, but I'm not stupid. Now, as for, Ulysses, from what I can understand, he brought up, what Chayton did to me in the past. And if you guys don't know your history, let me tell you all about it. Let's just say when me and Chayton were at each other's throats, there was a time when I was, ousted, when I was, the guy who was the outcast, no pun intended, from, a certain group that we were a part of. And whether or not Chayton wanted to do it, whether he wanted to be one of the cool kids or prove his loyalty, just, at the end of the day, it was all just, bullshit at the end of the day. So, and yet all of a sudden was a bit aggressive to you. Yeah,
I love that line has that line has been talked, like, been parodied by a lot of people now. I will say this though beforehand.
I actually, I want to answer this. Yeah, I actually do deserve better because again, I've been trying to stay, as far away from drama as I can because again, I haven't even done any drama streams. Anyone who claims that Chayton is manipulating or using you are just butthurt because you're not dense enough to fall for their manipulation. Exactly. I agree with that. But the thing is, what really, bothers people is the fact that why would you side with a guy who mocked your dead brother or your disabled sister or your mother or your father? The thing is, hang on a second. Get away from that. Sorry, my cat was just, using her claws at the door of my closet. Anyway. That's right, I'm looking at you.
Just looking at his pussy, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you better sit your ass down. Anyway. Where was I again? I'm sorry, I got cut off.
You were talking about about how we were how anybody was, how could you be no problem Caucasian. Anyway, you were talking about like how everybody's like, how could you forgive someone like that?
Okay, thank you. Here's the thing. There's a thing in, in my beliefs in my Christianity as a Christian that I am to, forgive and forget. You want to know the main reason why I forgave Chayton and a lot of that? The reason why was because I took, for the first time in my life, ever since moving to this house since 2022, I actually took my father's advice. Because my father, he's a pastor and a preacher and all that, and he's been doing that for, come July, for 3 decades. Yeah, I know, shocking. And it is shocking, But the one thing I did, I took his advice, and that's exactly what I did. When it came to another problem that I'm not going to get into, but I'm just going to, set the record straight. You see, it's because of Dan and also my father, Dr. G, as everyone likes to call him, like Romy, for instance. Those are the main people that are, reason why me and him got, me and Chayton are good, on good terms again. However, I told Chayton no more bullshit, no more stuff. And I said that I would, to earn my friendship, it's going to take a while. I was going to say it might take 6 months or so. Did I not say that?
You did. And Brandon was there in the conversation as well, too.
Yeah, that's why I didn't bring him up because, again, but then, you know what, Brandon, as in Martin, not the other Brandon you mentioned.
Yeah, shout out to Brandon Martin as well.
By the way, he's not going to be on R&R tomorrow. Shane apologized, stood by his apology, and he is atoned. Okay, not stoned. Man, I guess you must have been high then. For his mistakes and proved that his apology was sincere and genuine. Exactly. Kevin said he helped. Well, here's the thing. Kevin,
middleman.
He was a middleman. I mean, I'll give him credit where credit's due that he did, have
I'll,
a
yeah,
role to play to help,
yeah.
to send the
I'll give
message
him
my
I'll give
way.
him credit for that, but I still did not like back then when he tried to be like I'm the old because again, and other people have said this too. I could like Dragon and Jordan were on good terms. There were a few other people that was on good. Tom and I were on good terms, and Tom was on good terms with Dragon or on with Jordan, and I could have gotten anybody, but I was extending the olive branch to Kevin to, be at least decent. Again, he claims we were never friends. He thought I was always going to turn, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. The fact is that, I could have gotten anybody. You're not special.
There's another thing. Like, this was when you were with that group still, but the problem
Yeah.
was, well, then again, you were brought back in there after you were ousted the first time, but then again,
Yeah.
it's whatever. I mean, I really don't care at this point about that group. I just know that whatever they do at this point, I'm okay with, because that's them. Let them do them, and I'll do me.
Yeah, the
Or-
only person I like, like one thing I will say, and I'll let you continue with
Yeah.
one Ulysses. Ulysses said in the stream earlier that nobody like Bio and Kevin and people like that are not what's the word I'm looking for? They are against, or they when we made some type of agreement not to fuck with each other. Funny enough, and people can attest this. Bio and Kevin still talk shit about me to this day. So, and I knew Bio and Kev. So when you said that, you also, if that was the reasoning for the agreement, then technically, if we want to be technical here, they're the reasons why I'm talking shit about you too. So again, you may want to get better friends, Ulysses. But
There's also another reason why I'm also on here. The thing is, I'm not here to fight Chayton's battles. I'm on here for a reason of my own. I'm not here to fight for Chayton. I'm not here to, I mean, if he's going to talk bad about other people, I mean, that's him talking. Me, this is a different story, because I mean, I don't shit talk unless I can back it up. So yeah. But continuing on what we were going with. So yeah, it took 6 months until I would say 2024. You and me officially became friends again on January 1st.
Yeah, it was beginning of 2024. Yep.
Yep, and it was at midnight. And I told him. However, when it came onto it, oh yeah, that's another one. Highlight that comment right there. I mean, that was something right there.
Don't block this comment. I know who this is. It's not the exact Larry. It's a different person.
Oh no, I wasn't talking about that one.
I know. I'm just letting people know. Do not block that comment. Anybody.
It's kind of, it's kind of funny how, like anyone could still be buried with someone, be friends with someone when they're getting buried and all that, especially when when someone's, did the stream to make someone else look stupid. And
well, funny enough, I want to clarify.
I'm just telling this to you,
Jordan. I want to clarify.
Can I say something real quick? I just want to say this real quick. See, the thing is, I'm good friends with Kevin. I mean, I'm sure, like he may have his, like he may have his issues, but at the end of the day, he's a good guy. But still, at the end of the day, I wouldn't be cool with someone who misleads me or tries to make me look bad on a stream, especially when, getting roasted and buried, so that's just me. But go ahead.
Yeah, to clarify that, DCX, Ulysses didn't bury Kevin. It was someone else who buried Kevin 6 feet under. Just to clarify, because Ulysses and Barry, and like the only thing that Ulysses buries is himself. So I just wanted to put that out there. It was actually someone else who made Kevin look like a complete idiot. And for once, it wasn't just me. I won't say who, because don't want to get that person involved. But yeah.
Yeah. But still, in our case, the friendship needed to be earned, not, given right away in a handbasket. And I mean, I was watching you very carefully. And yes, I know you do your content and you're going to do what you're going to do as long as I'm not, directly involved or whatnot. But this is one of those exceptions right here, because I'm not fighting for you or whatnot. I'm just simply here on my own volition. Again, and this is what people need to understand. I am here because I want to be here. I'm not coerced, and I'm not, manipulated, and I'm not threatened by another man who lives in a different state than me, because, again, I'm only here because I've got an issue with the same person. I mean, sure, you could call it a mutual thing, but the problem is I'm not fighting for Chayton here. I'm on here for my own behalf. So anybody who wants to mix up the story saying that I was manipulated and threatened to get back into a good friendship with Chayton can kindly piss off. Because I'm getting sick and tired of that story,
Yeah, and that is something that, again, like he complains about me talking shit about his friends, but yet, again, doesn't give you the right to talk shit about.
That guy in the comment, yeah, I get. Well, I mean the last part of the comment actually it made me laugh. Flasher. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So like he's talked a lot of shit regarding that. Now, going back to the obsession part. Regarding, well, and here's another thing he does to kind of go off of what Jordan said. Whenever anybody makes a shot to him, a pot shot at him, which, let's be honest here, he's someone who deserves a lot of the pot shots he gets. He decides to go to people like Jordan, to people like David, and to come
Oh
in
my
there
God.
and try to strong arm them to fucking, because I've seen the messages.
Yeah.
Like,
I
you
want
already-
to talk about that. Just be clear.
you
Okay.
want to?
Yeah, I really want to. I mean, I'm not saying I'm traumatized by that, but I was such in an awful mood. I just could not, see straight. And no, not like Arthur not seeing straight. I'm talking like, I could not see straight, like mentally, So apparently, I was on a panel on David's channel before it was renamed to the Network 3000. And by the way, it's going real good. It's on the road to 2,000 subscribers. So shout outs to David and for everybody else involved with the channel as a group. And basically, Chayton and Dragon, I think they came on. I think it was on a Chillin' 3000 stream. I can't remember which one. And yeah, it comes off like he's trying to boss everyone around, but he was just so freaking upset because, because they were, doing pot shots or doing indirect references of, trying to make entertainment out of his expense, again. In fact, here's the thing. I still do indirect references of certain people that some people not know about. Like, for example, there's a reason behind the inside joke of "you promised me." There's also an inside joke for like seriously. There is also an inside joke for anything for that matter, and yet you may not know who it is, but you might know if you think. I mean, put two and two together. But regardless of that, he wanted to, he was on my ass during, a freaking, on Messenger, trying to act like as if, like I was laughing, like I was, because like I knew what Chayton and Dragon were talking about. And I was like in my head, what are you talking about? Remember Bitch Made? Yeah, 5 years ago. Someone knows their history. I actually kind of like that. That was 5 years ago when that happened, but still, regardless of it, I was just, really pissed off at the fact that he's coming at me for some reason because I was like, like what I was enabling Chayton and Dragon doing all that stuff and all that. But here's the thing. I don't have to be someone else's, protector. Don't forget, Ulysses was really pissed off, excuse me, because he joined one of your streams because you didn't give him attention and ask him questions. He said you were wasting his time. Okay, here is the thing. I'll get to that in just a minute. But still, Ulysses, you put me in an uncomfortable position where I'm trying to have a good time with David and all the other guys who are there.
Jordan, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm going to ask you this. You can say no.
Go ahead.
I still got the screenshots. Do you want me to show them?
Yeah, you can if you want to. I got no problem with it because here's the thing. I know
For
he's also
context,
said. Yeah, for context. Here's the thing. He's also said that he's got, recordings of me saying negative things about you and also what I'd want to do to you. But here's the thing. I don't
Even
give a
if you wanted to, like you told me in a live stream, you said, and I quote, one of us will live and one of us will die. And do I take that, like, do I fucking think of, like, we joke about that now. So
Yeah.
anything you tell me now, like anything that would be shown to me now, I don't like, that was who, like,
That was years ago.
we both did not like each other. Like there was point in times
Yeah,
where
we were.
both
Oh my
hated.
God. You want to talk about not liking each other? If you want to think that Ulysses and Chayton was bad, dude, if anybody wasn't there back in the day between me and Chayton when we were at each other's throats, then you have not seen anything. But that's because it's been put to bed. Now the thing is, I wanted to have a good time with David and everybody on there on his channel, on his panel, okay? And again, somebody like Ulysses having to be so oversensitive about the smallest things just wants to get at me because of what's happening. And because of him doing that, he put me in an uncomfortable position. And I know he probably like apologized and whatnot. Here's the thing. When you are putting me on the spot, privately, mind you, all you're doing is trying to, rile someone up and try to make them feel bad and make them look, like a fool. Because that's what you did to me, Ulysses. You made me look like a fool, because, I was in an uncomfortable situation. You just can't, seem to, fight your own battles.
He can't because, again, he has other people go to.
If he wants to say something to you or Dragon, he could easily do that. But he can't.
All right,
because
so
obviously he has to say,
can you let me know, everybody, if y'all can see this, because I think they're out of order. My bad. I've still not gotten good at this. Fuck. I thought I upload all of them. Okay, there's
Anyway.
another one missing. Give me a second. I'm still learning, ladies and gentlemen, because I am, I'm not like some of these people who tries to save every bit of screenshots and fucking do all that and spend my life just screenshotting every bit of detail. Granted, these weren't screenshots that I fucking did myself. They were sent to me. But
anyway, so after a while, everything was fine, again, I had no problem with Ulysses after that. I just really wanted to move on. But then all of a sudden, as of recently, he had this is DCX brought this up, okay? He said this. Now, according to DCX, which again is true, what Ulysses said, he was really pissed off because he joined one of my streams because I didn't give him attention or ask him things.
Let me read this. So,
wait. Oh, this is it.
I have other ones from when he messages you later from another thing, which I could do too. I'm just showing these for right now. This is the converse. This is one of the ones.
Yeah.
So he's like, well, I'm a snitch. What the fuck is this all about? Wait, fuck.
Why? Again, how was I supposed to know who
I'll get to his body in a minute, but also, so I'm a snitch. What the fuck is this about? I just got sent a clip from a stream of Dragon saying I'm a snitch. And both of you, huh?
That's kind of funny because he's saying he got sent a clip, meaning he would didn't he say in the past that he would block anyone who would try to get him involved with drama and stuff?
Yeah.
So what the hell?
So let's see. And both you and Chayton are going along on it. When Dragon says Chase is a snitch in this clip, you said, oh yeah, that's right. I want to know what's that all about. And then you're like, no, I'm kidding. But you're like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Who said that? Dragon, I was sent a clip from the stream. And then you're like, say it to me, please. He sent the thing. Let me find the.
Yeah, I had to go back and look at it. And I was like in my head, dude.
All right, give me a second.
Yeah, I had also to leave because I was stressed. Because of the stress he put me through. Why are you doing this right when I'm trying to have a good time and have fun?
So he's like, you clearly hear Dragon say Chase is a snitch, and don't play dumb, dude. Yes, I could hear her say it now, but I wasn't paying attention. I don't know what to
No,
believe.
I wasn't.
Yeah,
In fact, I didn't care.
I'm just tired of this bullshit, along with Chain's lies. I have to find out certain sick stuff, which was later debunked, and all that he's done in real life within the last year. I want nothing to do with him. It tells that Chain hasn't learned or matured at all, especially after the whole ex-wife-daughter drama. Is I get it, but I'm telling you, I don't know all the details about your problems with them, and I'm sorry you're having difficulties with them. See, Jordan was being like trying to be calming and sincere. Myself, Blank, and others don't like Dragon, and have it for a long time. With all the trolling, instigated shit he does, again, he has to bring other people into his issues. Well, and then you're like, well, now I feel extremely uncomfortable on David's panel, having to explain myself to you. Now I gotta get off because I can't even know what to do now for David's show. As far as Shane goes, my issues with him are different. If you want to be friends with him, whatever, then that's your thing. I'm not going to hold it against you or anything like that. Had to leave now because I can't deal with this damn pressure. Especially because
No. I said I had to leave the panel. I said I had
Yeah,
to leave, not had to leave now. I had to leave. Well, yes, I had to leave now, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
He messaged me because of the way I responded. Well, here's the thing. I don't know who, like, I don't pay attention to a lot of details. You know, like, again, sure, I'm a little bit slow, but here's the problem. Why am I taking the heat for whatever Dragon or Chayton did? That just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I don't. It's like the same situation with fucking other people who are criticizing David and the channel and what I do on that channel and all this other stuff. Like I said with Ulysses doesn't give a fuck about David. He doesn't give a fuck about his channel. How many times, and all that.
Dude,
So
if you actually really cared about David's channel, you would be there. Like, I forgot to. I'm about to get to that. Don't worry, DCX. Don't worry. I haven't forgotten. I mean, I know you're keeping me. You're keeping me on track here. It's okay.
Thank you, DCX.
But yeah, that's kind of funny. I never knew who DCX was because, again, like, I just thought he was just like some other guy, but then like, some other troll. But I guess, some trolls can be decent human beings from time to time. But anyway.
Speaking of which, there was a claim that Ulysses made where I told Arthur that it was Arthur who did, or I was the one. I told Arthur it was Chase who sent somebody to attack him. I'm gonna read you what I told him when I explained to him. Let's see, where was it?
Let me just go ahead and say this for the record. Ulysses, I know you're probably listening to this and watching this because there's like 16 people watching. Here's the thing. You put me in a very uncomfortable situation where, again, I don't know, like, if Dragon's saying stuff just to get a laugh out of somebody, like even me, it doesn't matter, okay? And you act like as if I was against you and all that. Dude, of all the times when you were supposed to be there, let's set the record straight here. Remember, Chayton, you remember that one time, and I hate bringing up old skeletons and all that, but
you're good.
Do you remember when you made a mockery of my brother and did like a quote unquote imitation of him, and then another person laughed, right?
Yes.
Go like, oh, and all that. But then there was, but then Ulysses, he was hosting that stream. Remember that?
Yeah. One sec before you continue.
Okay. First, here's what I'm gonna say. Dude, I know that's past tense, but dude, if you really want to go this route and say that I should defend you or whatever the case may be and not let anyone talk shit, dude, you let somebody mock my dead brother and did an imitation of him, which, by the way, is not how he would have done, especially when it came to other stuff. Granted, I don't hold it against Chayton anymore. Again, we are past it, but still, it just boggles me how you do not pay attention or there to host your panel when it needs to be done. So don't
Yeah.
so don't come to me and say that I need to pay attention, you know.
Oh, I'm not
I
going
don't.
to be
Oh, listen,
surprised.
listen. I hold on a second, Nick. I don't. I would give. I don't give. No, no. Put that comment back up. Listen, I don't care at this point. You know why? Because here's the thing. I've got nothing to lose. I've got nothing to hide. I've got a lot of things on my plate, and you know what? This is one of them. Because I really do not care at this point. See, I'm about to get to what DCX was talking about too, but go ahead.
And yeah. One thing I want to point out, he made a claim saying that I like tried to get Arthur not to hang out with him or blah blah blah. Well, Arthur was telling me about something that happened privately. I won't get into it, but I told him, keep me posted, brother. Shark Big Boy wasn't there to help. Right? You call him that to Arthur because that's usually how Arthur refers to him. So he's like, oh, I will after this work. I said, all right,
He sure whines about me
okay.
a lot.
Yeah, I said, okay. Have you seen him yet? I'm like, not yet. Now we are going Monday or meet up on Monday. And I quote, cool. Be careful, man. Don't let him do anything you don't want to do, brother. To
Yeah.
me, that was being a concerned just because, again, as I showed in that clip earlier with
Oh, by the way, Arthur's grammar, I'm understand.
yeah. So like
Shout out to Arthur, by the way, and sorry you
yeah.
got attacked on Saturday, buddy.
So like that in regards to that, I just was a concerned person because again, Ulysses has a track record with not being a good friend to people because I'm going to put this here and I'll let Jordan continue.
Yeah.
Just because you spend money on people, just because you take them out to eat or whatnot, doesn't make you a good friend because you could be a piece of shit human being and just fucking and what? Oh, so you're a piece of shit human being, but at least I pay for your food. Still makes you a piece of shit friend. You can't buy happiness. You can't buy people's affection. That's something that I think, again, going back to him being abandoned by his mother and put in a foster system because his mother wasn't well equipped to take care of him. So again, that also could explain why he wants to make as much money as he can because, his mother was a bum and she couldn't support her kids. Again, I've always said this. If you can't afford having your kids or do any of that shit, then why in the fuck are you opening your legs and fucking letting some bastard fuck you and put a baby in you? If you can't do that, again, before anybody says anything, trust me, we were really good for a while regarding my stuff with my thing. And I had a great grandfather, had a great mother, and great grandmother. So going to that is that just because you buy something for them, I don't care if it's a ticket to a show, I don't care if it's food, I don't care if it's a strip club, doesn't make you a good friend, doesn't make you somebody all that stuff. Let's see. And that's the thing. You got to realize that I could again, I have people that I've met through YouTube who have taken me out to a wonderful time. Do they rub it in my face? Do they talk? Do they bring it up or do they act all big and nonchalant? No. I have people who have done a lot of great things for me and they don't need to fucking advertise it. And even if we had a falling out, I guarantee you that those people, because they're mature fucking people, they're not going to act like fucking children and say, "Oh, it was good to your ass." So just wanted to point that out there. But again, to Arthur, while I think Ulysses is a piece of shit scum who doesn't deserve the oxygen we breathe, I am happy for Arthur. He had a good time. That's all that matters. For once, probably because I'm sure Ulysses would have fucked it up eventually because that's what he did. Again, he did it with Macy, he did it with Lennon. I'll get back to that in a little bit, but continue, Jordan. My apologies.
No, you're good. You see, this is, here's the thing. I'm not going to say a lot of the stuff that Chayton is saying, but here's the thing. There's a difference. I'm here for my own reasons. He's here for his own, even though this is his panel. But still, I digress. Anyway, but I want to respond to this comment. If Ulysses had such a good life, why does to meet people online? That's very suspicious. Well, there could be some times where you don't have that many childhood friends that are around anymore. like, take it from me. There's some childhood friends of mine that are probably, doing their own things, like, doing like, ambulance, police work, maybe even construction. I'm not bullshitting you on that one, but still, I mean, it's all whatever. But I will say though, I mean, there's nothing wrong with travel to meet someone that you know from online. Look at Dragon, for example. He's traveled to San Antonio just to meet Chayton, and I actually think it's pretty cool when someone takes their time and their patience to actually meet someone that they've never thought they could meet from the online world into the real world. I actually kind of like that kind of thing.
Well, and here's the other thing. I want this to be known too, since you brought that up. Actually, I'm glad you did. My point is, though, is that with Ulysses, here's the other thing. Probably Arthur is the only person he's generally went to go meet. But like, I'm going to be real here.
Well, that's easy. That's easy, Chade. I mean, anybody like. Here's the thing. I'm going to use this for context. My good buddies, Gary and Romy and Lucas, they've actually met in Las Vegas before,
Really?
Yes, they have. That's like a well commonplace for online buddies to meet up.
Yeah. Well, and here's the other thing, though. I want to put this out there. So, like, I think you were jealous, Ulysses. That's why you.
Yeah, I was gonna say you better not be talking about me being jealous.
No. I'm referring to Ulysses. Because,
I know.
Okay.
I know.
When I've had people come down here, like you were never going to be someone that they want. Like one person,
Shit,
I
we
will
got
not
like 20
name him.
viewers right now.
I will not. I know, right? I will not name him, but he had no intention of meeting you. Then there was another person who had no intention of meeting you. Then there was a Dragon who thought it would be kind of cool, but you ruined that because you got in your feelings. And then Mason left, like, he came here. I wasn't even the main person he was coming for. Lennon. So you were always the person that was like, either like, if we met anybody, you were like the last person. It's like, okay, I've had a lot of people who have come down here. Not everybody, but a good amount of people that I've met on the internet, like that I consider very close, have met my mother. People like Lennon, Dragon, Mason, and others.
Let's not forget about Dan and Trips.
I wasn't trying to say them, just not to get them fully involved in this, but okay.
No, but they're good buddies.
Yeah. But my point is, though, is that you, like, even if you and Lennon were cool at the time, you would have never went near that. You would have never even went near my place because of the fact that you are not welcome. Like, and again, the fact is that you don't matter to a lot of people. You're probably just a cash cow. And again, you're probably like that, or like that with from other means, not really you make your own money. My point is, though, is that you were always the redheaded stepchild. It's probably how you were when you were a kid. You were the redheaded stepchild when it came to people coming down here. You were the last person people ever wanted to meet. Like, again, do you want you talked about going to the strip club with Mason next year and all that. Again, Mason wants nothing to do with you. Lennon wants nothing to do with you. Fucking who else? Dragon wants nothing to do with you. A lot of people don't want nothing to do with you. And it's a combination of different things. Your anger, that's one of them. Your lack of understanding logic. The fact that you're a straight bitch because you don't even have the balls to even come in here. And the fact that I've punked you out multiple times. You like, your tough guy persona is gone. You have like you have nothing. You are nothing. Like, you have your title belts. Congratulations. Do you want a cookie?
Dude, my dad's got probably a lot title belts that are not even like WWE shop based. I mean, most of them are actually custom made. So
yeah, but anyway,
I mean, if you want to talk about a real belt collector, you should talk to my dad.
Yeah, and honestly, to be fair, he's an amateur collector at that, because there are other people who have.
Hold on a second. Speaking of parents, let's get to my case for a minute, okay? Because
Yeah.
it has a lot to do with my mom, in this part. And by the way, I know she's probably not watching, but if she is still awake, then hi, Mom. Okay, wait, what's this? Is this the one?
This was
Wait,
probably the last message y'all have when he was like, "I'm not going to talk about
I
you
did,
again."
I did, tell him that like again, I was like, again, I told him like, I'm sorry you feel that way and all that. I'll probably read off what else I did say to him because again, I mean, I'm like more of a soft-hearted son of a bitch, but soft-hearted nonetheless. So
And this also brings up the thing where he says, "I still have the conversation where you yourself said you didn't want to talk to Chain ever again," which is funny because also Ulysses said he didn't want to talk to me ever again back then, and yet we were talking for a while. We even hung out a few times. So yeah.
I'm gonna go right here with this. So basically, he decided to bring up, what Chayton, did, like talking about, like mentioning my brother, and again, who I still miss this very day. I mean, well, today, of this month will mark 5 years, since he died. So, yeah, and then there's my sister, my father, and my mother. I mean, he brings up a lot of stuff that Chayton's done. Okay, I get that, but what it doesn't, like really what really bothers me is the fact that he wants to go down the same route, repeating old shit, but yet brings me up when I don't want to be brought up in stuff that doesn't involve me with his current dilemma, whether it's with you, whether it's a dragon, or whether it's with anybody, whether I'll go and say a few names. If it's against Dan, don't want to be brought up. If it's against Dark Horse, I don't want to be brought up. If it's brought up against ZTB of all people, yeah, I said it. I don't want to be brought up. You know why? Because I am trying to live in peace and harmony and trying to do my own thing, do my shit, because that's all I want to do. I just want to be left alone and for people to enjoy the content that I try to bring out. But some people just want to unleash this sleeping dragon. No pun intended for, dragon in the live chat, but the dragon inside of me. Yeah, you really want to do this. So yeah, I just get really fed up with, when someone is doing this. I told him this. This is what happened. March 7th. He said, and I quote, "You really want to talk smack about me and support Aiden using David's channel to harass me and call me a rapist? What the dude?" I guess he was trying to say, what the hey, True Anonymous, how are you doing? And I even said this, and I'm going to repeat this for everybody to hear. Oh, the smack talk was a receipt, and it was. You had it coming, just like you're having this coming now. After I heard you said I'm being forced to be friends with Chayton, let me tell you something. Nobody in capitals forces me to be friends with anyone. Now, as far as Chayton saying those things about you being a rapist, I don't agree with it, and I still don't. Because again, I mean, when you say things like about certain people, Chayton, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, like, I don't agree with it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to stop you.
Yeah, it would be the same thing. Like, okay, for example, like people who call like you don't agree. Like we could just cut a spade. You don't agree with fucking Kevin calling Arthur a pedophile.
No, I don't. But still, at the
But
same time, I mean,
yeah,
I don't agree with anybody who talks shit about somebody unless they have the evidence to back it up. Now, granted, there are he said, she said things, but the problem is that's the whole point. It is a he said, she said. So the difference is just because I'm, friends with you doesn't mean I'm supporting everything you say or do. We're just, good friends having a good time, talk about wrestling, talk about life, or pretty much anything just to, like for you to like, just try to, be funny, trying to piss me off, which again works half the time, but it's all for fun. But still, I never once, and I'm going to keep reading this. Now, as far as Chayton saying those things about you being a rapist, I don't agree with it, never have, so get your facts straight. So yeah, he doesn't pay attention. You never pay attention, Ulysses, because again, you don't get it. I don't agree with anybody who calls someone out for being a sexual offender or assault case or whatever. I don't. Now, if you were just watching David's channel just to stalk Chayton, which he did, that's fine. It's just an extra view for the channel. Just move on from Chayton, move on from the drama, and be happy. That's all I said. And one more thing. I saw you unfriend me on Facebook. Next time you plan on unfriending me, don't, because you never explain why you unfriended me so we could talk it out. And that is another thing. We never got a chance to talk it out because you don't want to talk it out with anybody because you're so insensitive. I thought I had issues back in the day, but you take the cake. And now I've got some real life shit to sort out, and I did. So thanks for letting me, make a message, that I wanted to make, which isn't as long as a freaking dictionary or a novel like yours is, as you're seeing on the stream right now.
He's stealing from you, Jordan, because you used to make paragraphs. You don't really do that much anymore.
No, I don't, because again, I'm evolving.
Yes.
Now, if you have nothing positive to say, then leave me the alone. I'm dealing with enough as it is, and I don't need this shit. And I don't. I really do not. And you know what? I love it how he says, okay, so you got it up, go back a bit, for the first one if you didn't see it. Let's see. Okay, go to the one that says one. Okay, there it is. You want to read it or should I? Because maybe, since this is your thing, I'll let you do the honors.
All right. I said I've been moving on from Chayton, and I haven't said about him. Here's the thing. I want this to be clear. While that could be somewhat true in some regards, again, I get sent messages, I get sent clips, I get sent whatever, regarding that. And hell, you've mentioned me as early as a week ago. So, excuse me. And again, I only brought you up by name recently, like on Saturday. So the fact is that you are never someone who stays to their word. So why in the fuck should anybody else? Yes, you can say be the bigger person, but you're already the bigger person. So why shouldn't you be that way? But you haven't kept your word regarding me. You haven't kept your word regarding Jordan. You haven't kept your word regarding Dark Horse or anybody else that could be friends
As a matter
with.
of fact, now that you bring that up, I've been moving on from Chayton. Bullshit. If you were moving on from him, why were you watching David's channel when Chayton's on there?
And or even this, even better, if someone is sending you clips, why in the fuck are you watching it? You're clearly again.
Yeah, so
we know you're watching right now. You just are too much of a bitch to come on.
So again, man, I'm not saying this because I'm teaming up with Chayton here. I'm just simply pointing out a fact. If you are moving on from someone, then move on from them. But if you say that you are, why are you watching them on the channel? Even if it's David's channel, it's now a group network-like channel where anybody can do stuff.
Not even drama, it's variety, entertainment.
Yeah, it's variety, entertainment, gaming, game shows, even podcasting, what Chayton does for Tuesdays now.
Yeah.
But yet you say that you moved on from him. Bullshit. And I know he's probably going to make his own stream saying, they were double teaming me. Here's the thing: if we were really double teaming you,
Troy, he's going to have other people to try to back him up on that too.
I don't care. Let him back him up.
I'm just saying, even if he tries to use that, he's hypocritical for doing that.
Yeah, but here's the thing: anybody who wants to back him up, I don't really care. You know why? Because the people who back him up, they're irrelevant to me. Okay, just like the way how you have been acting. And I'm talking about you, Ulysses, the way you've been acting, trying to act like a freaking child and trying to coerce me into wanting to turn on somebody that I made peace with. And I've been really good friends with for the last 2 years or a year. No, a year and a half, excuse me, because we became friends again in, 2024, but have been at peace with for almost 2 years come June. Yeah. You're really pushing it.
So then he says, just look at my channel or ask ITB, Will, or whoever if you talk about him in private, because I promise you I don't, which is funny because, again, the ex sent me screenshots of the messages where you said you were going to stab me. So honestly, and you could say, well, that wasn't recent, a month or two ago. Come on now, let's be real here.
If you're going to keep your word, I'm just going to say this. If you're going to keep your word, not talk about somebody, then keep your word and shut your mouth.
So anyway, he says, I don't, but he seems to love bringing me up on David Sloppy streams nonstop, along with uploading, which is also funny because he told Sloppy that he was going to unsubscribe for his channel because of me, but yet he reappeared recently.
It's
again hypocritical.
This is what I'm also thinking. Like, dude, you say that you're not obsessed with Chaden, yet you're still watching him on another person's channel, even though, yeah, well, he's probably there because he's trying to do that to spite me or trying to stir up shit. Well, guess what? Who cares? Who cares if Chaden's trying to stir up shit? You're the one who's fixated on him. Shut the hell up about it and move on.
Yeah. And then let's see what he say. Okay, substance not stop. Oh, and then he talks about doing stuff every day. Okay, so I like.
You know what? Here's how this is going. See, Chaden, you're the one who's doing your thing right here, and I'm simply reacting. Okay, like like say if I'm still in the live chat, I'm reacting and I'm trying to give out my sense of it too.
Yeah.
This is not really a double team, just so we're clear. This
no.
If anything,
how is it even a double team when the person who's being talked about is not even in here?
True that, but still, again, this ain't a 2-on-1 handicap match. This is simply just you giving your thoughts, me giving my thoughts, kind of deal.
And even if Ulysses had the balls to come in, I would fucking be like, hey, you want to say something to Jordan? If Jordan's okay with it, I'll be backstage. Y'all can fuck it as long as you respect the boundaries of this stream. I'm like nothing to worry about. And then I could do the same with him. Because again, unlike some people, I'm fair. Because again, when I went on his, like, I'm done going to other people like his streams to confront him because again, he likes to play the numbers game and all that other shit. Like, he knows that he has that advantage. But even then, when I had him, Bio, ZTB, and Kevin, all four of them all by myself, I whooped every single one of their asses verbally. They couldn't, like, again, that's why people like that are still pissed off about it. Again, it just shows the hypocrisy. My point is, though, is that I can do that, but again, you got, like, from now on, if you got something to say and you have balls, and that goes to anybody, that's not just the people I mentioned right here. Again, for the Outcast, if anybody's got the balls to say anything, then come on the panel. Quit being a little bitch or do something to me directly. Again, you won't do either. And closest to your girl and probably do is come on the stream. Anyway, so let's see see private, because I promise you I don't, but he seems okay. I already read that. Along with uploading multiple videos of me on TikTok, which is of course things to show other people. That's why, again, a lot of people that don't know. And if memory serves me correctly, didn't you post the video when I did that one circus stream back in 2021 where I made a fool out of myself? You still have that on your Facebook.
When was that? That
was after the whole fiasco began, when I did that one stream where I looked like a complete ass.
Yeah, because you got exposed on, right?
Yeah.
Was that the 4th of July?
Probably, I can't remember.
I think it was, because I remember somebody was making fun of me because I was eating hamburgers and hot dogs that day.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. That's a tradition for anyone to do on 4th of July. Like,
he still has that video on his Facebook. So don't come and tell me. And he still updates it every so often with new comments. Like, he still stalks my ex-wife's old Facebook. And all the other stuff. Let me see if I can find, because I got sent screenshots of it. So let me see if I can find
it. So we're clear. It's kind of funny you bring up your ex-wife. You know what's so weird? It was because of my mom, and I think Dark Horse for the reason why she got involved in all this. But I will say though that it did help prove my innocence to a point. And yes, I apologize. It kind of exposed you,
Yeah, you're,
but at the end of the day, at least I mean, what can you say? I mean, it was all over and done with, and again, it's kind of funny how someone wants to reap, the fruits of someone else's labor and wants to try and put them on their own panel. Like, here's the thing. I got nothing against your ex, okay? I mean, I think, she was being easily manipulated by, someone else just to unfriend me and block me and just cut me off altogether. But at the end of the day, I got nothing ill to say about her
well,
except
and,
the
and
hypocrisy she had to say, like nothing to say. Like, you don't watch your ex's channel, but yet all of a sudden you're watching your ex's channel that you claim to that you're, that you don't want anything to do with.
you know what the irony is about all that? She was even watching it going back to even before I even met y'all. How do I know this? Because when I was in court, she was trying to use that as a reason why I am not fit to. Mind you, at the time, I was solely doing movie reviews. Sometimes I make little shit talking videos from time to time? Yes, but she was trying to use that, and they literally thought that was kind of weird. They even looked at my channel, and they're like, there's nothing bad in here. Like, and even the like, I think I did have videos of my daughter in the channel back then, and even they were like, that's not weird.
A lot of people were actually invested in regarding to your daughter too.
But this was before I met any of y'all.
Yeah,
that was something funny because so it proves that basically she acts like she hadn't watched even back then, but she did, which I'm like thinking I don't. Okay, but let me show when we were since we brought that up. Let me find the picture. Okay, I'm gonna have to zoom in a little bit here because
of the screenshot and it's all blurry and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I hate that too.
Here is a picture of the from his post. Then,
wait a second. If anyone sees this guy cheating long, hey, that's actually kind of funny because it's like he's putting you on a wanted poster, dead or alive.
Yeah. So then there's that picture.
Look at that picture of you.
Yeah, I know, right?
That looks like the kind of thing you put on a wanted ad or a wanted poster.
Funny enough, I was on a wanted poster in a fucking movie I shot. Anyway, so let's go to this one. Let's go to this one.
Oh my God.
He posted that. I'm hoping I could find the other one. Oh yeah, here we go. He posted, this was 10 weeks ago. Or probably more, I don't know, but 10 weeks ago. And so this proved that he is still stalking her on Facebook.
Wait. Jaden had the Seth Rollins look in that photo.
And then here's this one. And again, I've, all in the past, DH, but he showed a clip of a video from when DH, or again, all's forgiven, about the medical records. It was.
Oh my God. I remember that.
Yeah. So,
by the way, which I had nothing to do with at that time, so
I know,
and I on me.
Like again, I even told I know who gave it to the people was my ex. So because she would have been the only one to have that copy outside of me. And again, like that's why after me and her, when I was starting to get the better end of approval, that's why I was like, you know what? You show my fucking medical, I'm gonna show the court records to show like this stuff because stuff you're not showing anyway. So yeah, so that shows that again. So to go back real quick, to go back to the messages regarding
me and Ulysses.
Yeah, when he said about complaining about me doing or about the TikTok thing, he can't fucking what's what I'm looking for? He can't fucking
dude, it's like freaking TikTok.
Yeah.
Like, so what?
And you know what's funny?
My mom does.
This is how I
Well, my
like,
mom
yeah,
does. Can I say this real quick? My mom
Yeah.
does TikTok on the, when she can. But here's the thing. I mean, she's just, again, she's just doing her own thing. Like, and she can block or follow anyone she wants. Okay. Same thing goes with you, man. I mean, you can't just block Chayton and ignore him.
Yeah, and well, he'll try to say he doesn't or he did block. Oh, and here's another thing I want to clarify. He wasn't like he claims that he's the one that blocked me the last time. Like, even though he says who cares, but he always brings that up. I'm the one that blocked him when he decided to bring up DH's mom in a stream.
Okay, I know, I remember that, and I think it
Jordan
wasn't.
even knows this.
I know this. Do I bring this guy up or do I just leave him be?
Put it in the private chat who it is.
Yeah, hold on.
That way, before I agree to anything.
Just give me the green light if not.
Just say a mutual friend.
Okay, the mutual friend. I mean, that person didn't like what Chase had to say. I think that person was actually there in the live chat when that happened.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy shit. Now you
That's what I say.
that's
A lot
someone
of
you don't
people
want to
have
make
cut.
mad.
Yeah, that's a lot of people have cut ties with him.
Well, and you know what? And here's the thing: when I saw it, I didn't know what to say to him. But you know what? I'm kind of glad he unfriended me because I would have gladly unfriended his ass for that.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Continue talking. I'm gonna go find my
Because again, like here's the thing: there are like first of all, Ulysses, you think just because after all that Dark Horse has been through, I get it. You may have your issues with him, but dude, you crossed the line. Talking about his mother, talking about how he, his car wreck. I mean, you're no better than what Chayton did back in the day. Except you want to know what the difference is? Chayton was sincere with, and apologized for what he did. But you, on the other hand, you didn't care. You just, talked about DH's, mom and DH's, car wreck like as if it was nothing more than a freaking joke. You're sick.
I blame Ulysses. My lighter's not working.
Well, actually, you should blame yourself.
Because it can't be. You know the old saying, like Lance Storm when he said, "Can I be serious for a moment?" I don't like. Gotta have to let.
Well, here's the thing, Lance Storm. He had great talent, but he didn't have that much, vocal work when it comes to his mic skills. But that's a whole different can of worms. But still, I'm telling you, like, sure, Chayton did some things that he regrets, still does to this day, and he apologized for it. But you, dude, you crossed the line. That's even worse than that. Now you really went too far.
Even when he made the comment about when my mother passed, I don't know if I've ever shown you the clip. I'm not going to play
Dude,
it.
Dark Horse could have died in that car wreck too.
Yeah, but even with the line he said about my mother, and I can't share it here because the little bitch is probably going to try to flag it down.
Well, here's the thing. Even if he flags it down, I mean, it's still a win for you. I mean,
yeah, like, so if when he made the comment about my mother.
Wait. Ulysses is used to blowing, so probably why your lighter isn't working.
Yeah, fair. But like he decided to make a comment where he's like, "Oh, sooner or later Bob's gonna die," and then he giggled, and all that.
Oh my god!
Like, again, I'm sure the whole situation, even when so Jordan, I think it may have been somebody else too, but Jordan was the one who told me about what happened with DH. And again, me and him at that time didn't make peace.
I was concerned, and yet, I mean, I know it was probably a thing that was probably getting passed around, but I thought I'd just
didn't I fucking did I come off as like, oh yeah, that serves the right for every,
No, absolutely not. You were actually, very concerned. I mean, like, sure, you may have issues with certain people, but you don't want them to be in a critical situation or in a fatal position and all that. No.
I will say, Ulysses is probably the only person that maybe
Give me a
others.
second. I'll be right back.
All right, Ulysses is probably the only person that if he died tomorrow, wouldn't give a fuck, and he wouldn't be missed. While Jordan's gone, to also talk about obsession. He says I'm obsessed, blah blah blah. Let's not forget, what are the defining themes of Chase on YouTube? Oh yes, that is Sean's View Entertainment. That is Steve Coate. That is fucking myself, DH. People like that. Those are the defining moments of his life. And what do they all have in common? He has been obsessed with them for years. He has been obsessed with Sean's View for over a decade plus. He was obsessed with people like Crystal. Again, he cheated on her with not cheated on Crystal, cheated on Veronica with her. I know he hates when I bring up Veronica's name. Anyway, let's also talk about how he ridicules everybody's looks. He ridicules my look. He talks about my body and all that. Well, I'm going to solo screen something real quick. Give me a second so I can show you real quick. Is this somebody? Is this somebody that really, like, you notice? Look at that saggy titties. Like, for somebody who said he wanted to gain all this muscle and lose all this weight, he may not be as fat as me, maybe. He may not be as fat as Kevin, but for somebody who has missing teeth, who is somebody who is, criticizes people's looks, people's manhood, for someone who talks about all that, he's more obsessed, he's still to this day obsessed with my dick. He's obsessed with Sean's View's dick. Sometimes I think I'm glad I got my girl, because for a while I thought the only person that was obsessed with my dick as much was Ulysses. And so again, let's run it down. You're a horrible, terrible person. You're a horrible, terrible friend. You justify buying shit for people as your way of being a good friend. You have no balls. You've been punked out numerous times. You got punked out by Sean. You got punked out by me. You got punked out by fucking multiple.
All right, I'm back.
Even my own ex-wife's abusive ex punked your ass out. The video was earlier on this channel. Even my ex-wife's ex punked your ass out. So
Hey, hold on. Look at that comment right there.
Yeah.
That is funny.
I embrace myself. I love myself. Like my girl, I love her to death. She is the best thing. And also, for anybody wondering, she's asleep right now. And she's always been supportive on a lot of things. She
Just
knows
so we're
about
clear,
a lot of stuff because she thinks it's funny. She likes to cheese me.
By the way, I want to clarify something. You know why I'm laughing at that? It's because here's the thing. It's not just because it's at your expense, Ulysses. It's a thing called having, a good sense of humor and laughing at yourself sometimes. Like, if anyone were to say that about me, I would have laughed.
You used to, Jordan, I'll use this as an example.
I used to be an insensitive prick back
or
in the day.
very sensitive. Yeah, you used to. I don't condone doxing, but I will say this though. I will
He
say
lives in the
this,
same.
though.
He lives in the same state and city as
City.
Chayton, but
He used to not. He actually lived about 45 minutes from me. Funny enough, he always talked about doing so, but he can never do it because unless he got an Uber. But well, even still. But apparently, that's how obsessed he is. According to him, he lives 30 minutes from me, which is still
dude,
far
you
away.
know what?
That's all I
just
know,
wanna-
and
I
that's
just
only
want to say
because
this
he's
real
from.
quick about that comment Nick made about the one above the joke.
Yeah, I
that
brought that up earlier when you
Here's
were
the
away.
thing with me. I may have talked about Sean, a while back on my chill stream because again, I didn't do it for the drama or for the clout. I did that because I was really pissed off at the content he was making and the stuff that he was putting on there. Do I hate Sean's
Hell.
view? Hell no. I just don't like what he's doing, trying to get viewers or clickbait, and trying to
Hell,
that
I'll
isn't
say
true.
this though. Like it's not going to be on this channel. It's going to be on Network 3000. But Sean is, if he ever wants to talk about this later on, Sean is invited to be on the Outcast to give his thoughts about Ulysses if he feels comfortable doing so. I extend the offer to Sean's View Entertainment. He's still subscribed to his channel, so this could go his way eventually. But he is more than welcome to be on the Hangman Outcast on Network 3000 to give his take on everything. I have no issue with that.
It's kind of funny. Someone in the live chat says if Chayton and DH can put their differences aside and move on like two mature adults, then why is it so hard for anyone else to do the same? It's also the same case for me and Chayton as well, in that instance, and other people that I think Chayton might have buried the hatchet with as well.
Obscurity.
But yeah, I think it's just because some people just don't want to go that route and, live a peaceful lifestyle,
Here's the other thing. Chase doesn't understand. He thinks in his little dumbass, retarded ass brain that he thinks that I want to be friends with him, that I'm trying to force him to be friends with him. I'm going to tell you something. You want to know the reason why I was always uneasy with you, and even back when we were somewhat cool or friendly or whatnot.
Cordial.
Yeah, cordial with each other. And you can say I'm holding a grudge, but let's be honest here. You've held grudges against DH, Sean, everybody else, so you have no room to talk about holding grudges.
Dude, I've seen it. Like when it
So,
comes to
I'm gonna
the
tell
messages
you-
he sent me, he does hold a grudge.
I'm gonna tell you this.
And I'm talking about Ulysses, not you.
No.
I mean, if you're gonna bitch about someone, that's fine.
Yeah.
You're venting. But when it comes down to someone that's trying to move on from something and claims that they do, dude, here's the thing. Chayton can say when he can tell me when he's moving on from someone, but the thing is, I don't think you ever said that you moved on from Ulysses in a private chat.
No. I've even openly admitted that I'm not that that if I feel necessary, I will do whatever I need to. Again, giving Chase my word is meaningless. I could tell him that we're going to move on. If I feel the need to go after him again, I will, because I don't owe Chase shit. He's not a father.
No.
He has no idea what it's like to be a father. He probably never will be a father because no woman will ever want an ugly ass piece of shit kid.
Well, not if the condom breaks, but that's a different story.
Like Chase, to do that type of shit. Again, the best thing. I'll use a line that my girl said to David one time. The biggest mistake your mother ever made, Ulysses, was she decided that was not the right time to swallow.
So what part of the message are you in here right now?
I'm still on the one thing, but let me explain this real quick, and now I'll continue reading. People want.
We don't want to get this extended too much,
Huh?
We don't want to get this extended for too long.
We're going 7 hours. I'm kidding. Anyway, my point is, I'm off tomorrow. I'm going to go see Thunderbolts, so I'm good. Anyway, my point is that if Ulysses wants to know the real reason outside of all the bullshit, yes, he is not the only one that was attacking me justly or unjustly back then. But again, like the coward that he is, when I confronted him about the ex-girlfriend who was saying all this shit on his stream, he tried to say, well, go after her. Don't go after me. I'm like thinking, motherfucker, you hosted a stream. What am I going to do? Am I going to go and fucking bitch slap the chick? No, that's not me. I don't put my hands on women. You clearly do, from what your past has said. But you even said in a recent stream, from my understanding, that you were that you wanted to fucking backhand one of the women for asking to take a picture. He
That's
even
a new
said that on his recent stream. My point is, though, is that his what was I saying? Oh yeah, all the shit, all the violence, everything you have done to me for the last 4 years on and off, not straight on and off. I'll be fair there. You know, one thing I got from a lot of people, I even say ZTB, hell, even Kevin. You know what I got from a lot of them, regardless of what our stances now? I got an apology. I got an apology for them, Jordan, a lot of other people. Granted, I owe some apologies too. I'm not gonna fucking sit here and say that.
Dude, well, here's the thing. When you apologize to me for what you did, I apologize to you for what I
Yeah.
did as well.
Yeah. And here's the thing.
And
You-
folks, that is real, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to steal a line from anyone. That is real because,
So
again,
real?
yeah, that's why I wasn't going that route.
I
The thing is, it is real because me and Chayton, there is no manipulation. I'm on here for my own accord, okay? Because I wanted to be here. I'm not doing this to have Chayton's back and all that. I'm simply providing my own 2 cents and my own commentary of what I feel about this. Because again, this is not the only time you put me in this uncomfortable spot, Ulysses. It isn't.
Yeah.
And this is the last time you will.
Yeah.
Because if you knew any better, you'd block me on Facebook right now and not even say a word. Just do it, hit that block button, and move on from me before things get worse.
And
that's not a threat.
Oh, go ahead.
That's not a threat. That's just a warning and a promise.
And as JBL would say, a guarantee, Michael.
Or
Anyway.
even Vince McMahon with that whole I guarantee you. But still, at the end of the day, like, here's the deal. After what you've done and all that, like, here's the thing. You can try and send me one more message, but still, you got a choice to make. You can either move on, or then I guess there's really nothing, to reason with you about.
And one thing I will say
I've tried.
Yeah, the other thing I'll say, of all the people that either I've apologized or owe them an apology, is the fact that you were the only person through all the bullshit, whether I deserve some of it or not. You're the one person that never you still were making a mockery of me even after the truth came out about my ex. You were still making video after video. You were probably, outside of ZTB, you were the only other person that was consistently making videos on me. And here's the thing, you never apologized for some of the shit you said. And you never you never apologized for any of that. And you could say, well, you didn't apologize to my friend and all that. Well, funny enough, I would have if ever I saw them, but you know what? I don't fucking care anymore. I don't owe them apology because they're probably pieces of shit like you. Sorry, but you fuck with my friends, I get to fuck with yours. Fair is fair. My point is, though, is that, and you never owed you, and I feel like, again, like hell, I'll bring him up for one time only. So, Will, if you see this, apologize. But Will, he even apologized for threatening to kill me. And we joke about it now. So, everybody was man enough or woman enough in some cases to apologize. Whether they took it back later or whatnot is not the point. The fact is that was the thing. So I will tell you this. You could take my word for it. I don't fucking care. But who knows? Maybe if you actually apologize, retract, say that you shouldn't have had the one girl on and all that. But you the problem with you is it always ends with a but. You can say, I apologize, I won't talk about, but it was my fault. So I couldn't even, because again, your apologies are fucking trash. Again, you apologize to Jordan. You said you would never bring him up again. What'd you do earlier today on Umbrella Stream? Shout out to Umbrella. Nothing against him. You talked about Jordan again. You apologized to DH and you said you wouldn't mention him again. Funny enough, you brought him up again. You brought him up multiple times. Either that or his friends. So even
This is called
if
a, this is called a receipt, Ulysses.
yeah, even if you decided to do it to try to figure out maybe that's the only way that you could finally be rid of it. Like I've said this before, finally do something you've never done. Here is the only way you're going to ever get rid of anything. You should shut the fuck up, quit starting fights with it, and also leave YouTube. I'm not telling you to or telling anybody to cancel you or fucking rid you off the face of the earth. That's not
God,
me.
no.
But if go to TikTok, you bitch and moan so much about YouTube and how you can't make money on here and all this other bullshit.
Here's the
And then
thing.
you're still here.
You want to know how to do it? Here's the thing. Make good content, gain a huge following.
It's not
and if you-
entertaining though.
yeah, but here's the thing. You get a good following and make some good content.
Well, he
And-
has a good following, Jordan, but remember it's bought.
Yeah, but then again, here's the thing. If you get that good following and all that, you can easily get a paycheck. But I just hope you can deal with YouTube's bullshit when it comes to this censoring. Just saying.
So
But anyway, so
yeah, so
I want to go to the second part of what he says here, okay?
all right.
So go ahead and read it out if you want to.
Look at this.
Oh shit. Oh my god.
I'm sure he's pulling
That's a
pulling
podcast name, not an app.
I'm sure he's pulling whatever hair he has left and whatever fucking teeth he has left right now with all the jokes about him right now. Hey, if someone calls me bitch tits or man tits or fucking all this other shit, I embrace it.
At least you
know?
can take it.
Yeah. People make jokes when I did that picture of the Jesus pose at the beach. Like, that was still one of my favorite photos. I don't care what anybody says. Anyway, so let's see. I still have the conversation where you yourself said you didn't talk to Chayton.
No, didn't want to talk to you.
Yeah, didn't want to ever again, especially after all the shit he said about you claiming it's your fault, your brother's dead, and accusing you of doing sexual stuff with your sister. Plus, you said you did what you had to do so he would stop bringing them up. So let me go to the next one.
Yeah, go to the next one. Stop bringing it up. If you think I'm lying,
If you think I'm lying to you,
show.
I will do a stream right now and show it all right now if I had to. And I'm sure Chayton still has that stream on his show. Which, funny enough, I like the stream. If he's referring to the stream where you and I had our little tussle, that stream is still up and it's private. Like
Here's
Jordan
the
even
thing.
knows it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Yes, Chayton said all that shit, but the problem is he apologized for it. All right?
Yeah.
And he was sincere about it. Brandon Martin, as a witness, he was there. He can confirm this. But another thing you have to realize is this. We were done with it. You know, I stuck a fork in it. It's done. But you want to bring that up. I'm not bringing that up. And yes, I'll admit for the life of me, I did not want to talk to this guy right next to me.
Yeah.
If anything, I wanted to choke him to death.
Yeah, we were. Yeah.
That it was that bad. But here's the thing: after maybe a couple years and a little bit of of trauma,
Jordan, just
or a
so you
little
know, don't mean to cut you off, but I do like being choked. So it's FYI.
you're a sick bastard. But anyway,
Only about my
Well-
girl though. But yeah. Anyway.
well,
go ahead.
literally, you are a sick bastard. But still, regardless, at the end of the day, I just know that what he did, I get it. It was probably because out of emotion. It was probably because he wanted to get a rise out of me, because that was the whole point. But the thing is, even he regrets it. And I'm not
Yeah.
saying he cries about it because again, I think he, on the inside, he would be crying every day knowing that he, did say the stuff that he said towards me. And I wouldn't blame him, because I'd be the same way too. In fact, it's been 5 years since my brother's been dead. And yet it's been 4 years since we had that shit, blowout. But at the same time, the whole point of being friends with people, especially those that you make peace with, you're trying to move on. And the way how you're doing this, especially when you're bringing me up on your streams, when you're bringing up my mom on your streams, or even bringing, like my brother up, on your streams, trying to, to one up on Chayton because you're trying to keep everything, relevant from the past to, keep holding him accountable. He does hold himself accountable, and I hold him accountable for a lot of stuff that he did, but I'm not trying to hold against him like you are because I'm not that obsessed. There's a difference. About to get me all worked up right here just by talking about it.
So it's something.
And yes, and you know what, folks? If I do somehow cry on the stream, I apologize. I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to be emotional, but damn, dude, it's just like you. It's like
I'm
some
currently,
people
I'm
really
currently putting teardrops in Jordan's eyes so he could cry, so I could say, "Look, see what a horrible person you are, Chase. See what you made Jordan do."
By the way, yeah, well, guess what? Even if he does, I wouldn't care because I'm not going to watch his stuff.
And it wouldn't be something. And I've always told Jordan, if he wants me to show him something, I will. But I would never do it unless.
And here's the thing: he won't show me unless I ask. But here's the thing: I don't have to because I never will.
Yeah. Now let's see.
If he does it in a group chat, that's unwillingly, okay? But still, that's a whole different point. So, yes,
so
I
he
unfriend
said,
you and others.
Yeah, yes, I unfriended you and others that associate with Chayton on Facebook for my family's safety. Okay. So,
hold on a second. Let's keep reading this one part right here. Hold on a second.
Yeah. No,
You'll do manipulate people when he doesn't get his way. After I saw you in the live chat calling me an ogre. Okay, first of all, if I did call you an ogre, that was a receipt. But then again, I don't remember calling you that.
Just like I talk shit about your mom and how like you talk about how unfit I was as a parent. Your mother was unfit to be a parent. That's not me doing it out of like lashing. That's a receipt. Wonder what happened to your father, because you really never talk about your father too much. I guess he was a bastard and he decided to dip after he saw your ugly ogre face. So those are receipts for me. I even told Jordan behind the scenes before I went live, I'm going scorched earth. So anything I say on here, like Jordan doesn't have to agree with, but it's something that, I'm gonna say whatever the fuck I want. I don't care what the fuck George says. Oh, one thing I want to mention is that, like, it's funny. Like I said, that Ulysses, he's always that guy who is trying to please everyone, wants that attention. It's funny. I think Ulysses hates the fact that he is the least successful person in his friends group. One of his friends is a photographer. I know this because we were at a wrestling.
Does that friend do Polaroids or something?
He does like events. He does like stuff for wrestling stuff and other stuff. But
another
guy
does Polaroids. Okay.
A guy does a fucking championship restoning thing. It's some fucking and he does mauling or some shit. And this is not me looking it up. These were things I sent to me because I was like, you know what? Hey, if someone's willing to do that, fuck it, I'll take it. But
it's called having sources too.
Yeah, and your other friend is a barber. I think he owns his own shop. Good on you. I'm not going to dox certain things about those people, but it's funny though, because what do you have? What do you have to show for your success? Yeah, you went to WrestleMania. Yeah, you did this. Yeah, you did that. But you don't have anything. You don't have anything of value outside your titles. Let's be real here. What's your biggest career highlight? Nothing, because you are nothing. So I think also you're secretly jealous at your fact that your friends will always be more successful than you, and all that. And it's just the fact that, let's just be real here. You hate the fact that people, again, you talk about my relationships. You can't keep a relationship to save your life. You, like the last chick, you were going to take the WrestleMania, but then you decided not to. You broke up with her. Then you said you didn't take her because you didn't want to make your friends uncomfortable. So literally, you promised the chick to go to WrestleMania. You're still friends with her apparently, but you didn't want her to. You told her she can't go because you didn't want your friends to feel uncomfortable. Wow, what a piece of shit friend you are! And what a piece of shit ex or ex boyfriend or whatever the fuck you are. No wonder why my exes want, like, at the end of the day didn't want nothing to do with your ass. And you know,
And by the way, I want to continue on with this part right
Yeah,
here
yeah.
because I mean, this is what really pisses me off right here. You ready for this?
well, yeah.
But
Let me
here's
say this real quick beforehand about
I
the
just
family thing.
can I ask you something? Have I ever once called Chase an ogre or Ulysses an ogre? Have I ever done that?
If you did, it was probably in retaliation. You're not someone to do something unless provoked, which is like basically you and I are very much the same. Do I sometimes go on and on about it more than others? Yeah, I'll admit that. But
True.
but
But
you know,
hey, listen, if I had called him an ogre in the live chat, I would have remembered.
and even if you did, who the fuck cares? Take a joke.
Yeah,
Like, it's
or
like
even, or even
fucking
better,
calling-
or even better, take it like a man. Like take your looks like a man, and then just deal with it.
Yeah. So, but as far as your family's safety, again, you like, I'm proud that you make me into this dangerous thing. It's not like even if it was true with the Steve Coat thing, which I still find, which again, there is proof to show that Steve Coat never went to your family's place, but it just shows me that like, your like, again, have you ever thought about this at, like, and I know this may open up a band-aid for you, Jordan, but let's be honest, you're no Chase. But have you ever thought about the idea that you're the reason why Steve, if this is true, you're the reason why Steve decided to go to your place, go to your family's place and stalk your little niece or nephew or cousin or whatnot? Do you honestly think that, have you ever thought for a second that you're the reason why that happened? It's like when, I'll say his name, Peter Gilmore fucking challenged him for a fight, and he popped up and Peter Gilmore hit like a bitch.
I remember this.
So do you honestly think, with all the threats and all that stuff, that he just said fuck it and go again? Hey, if it was true, horrible thing to happen. But do you honestly think to yourself that you are the reason why that happened? Like, you're the reason why your nieces and nephews are put in jeopardy because of your recklessness, Ulysses? Because you act
Yeah.
all big and bad on the internet. Where were you? Where were you to fucking talk, like, be the knight in shining armor? I guess the niece and nephew's parents are just as much of a bitch as you are, because all they did was call the cops, when you always say, oh, I want to beat his ass, I want to kill him, all this other shit. So again, guess you're the parents of that niece and nephew or cousin, whoever the fuck that inbred is, probably you were fucking like, they're as much as pussies as you are, because you have the balls to do anything. They didn't have the balls to do anything. Because if that was me, if somebody came, I'm going to tell you right now, if somebody comes to this door, I'll actually point it out for you. Oh, a sec. Probably can't see it because of the fucking small screen. But if somebody comes to that door right there, unannounced,
Bam!
I got a family to fucking take care of. Huh?
I said bam, and then the door went open.
If somebody comes through that fucking door and fucking tries to do anything unprovoked, they're going to, like, even if it's somebody that's standing out that window right now, if somebody was doing that, they're either going to get their ass beat or they're going to get a bullet to the head. And that is a straight fact. I'm not a little bitch like you or your fucking the people that take care of your niece or whatever the fuck. Like, I take care of my own because I've got my dogs, I got my girl, I got things I got to worry about. You, of course, have no one because you're fucking alone. And you're always going to be alone because of your attitude and your outlook on things. Anyway, let's continue. So
Okay.
if anybody, I don't, like, again, your family, I'll talk shit about your family because it's a receipt. But, you don't have to worry, because, again, I'm not going to go and fucking do anything to your family. I'll talk shit, but as far as anything else, I'm not going to. So you act like I'm this big, bad monster of a man, and all that. And honestly, I should be honored that you think that of me, because you realize that I don't really need to, like, my quarry is not with them, it's with you. The only reason why your family's even brought up and being shit talked on, or your friends, is because you've done the same to me and many others. Unlike other people, and again, I respect that about Jordan and others, I don't give a fuck. So I will say whatever I need to say to prove a point. Anyway, so we'll continue.
Even if I don't agree with it, still, it's what you gotta do.
Well, Jordan, you gotta fucking call him out, you motherfucker. You fucking let him talk shit about my family.
I'm not calling anyone out on anything if you have an issue with somebody.
Anyway,
I mean, if it was like a life or death situation, or something to do with the family, and if we were like close as we should have been, then hey, you kind of messed that up for yourself. Because again, you made bad choices, man.
You referring to me or Ulysses?
No, I'm referring to your and Melissa. No, I'm talking about Ulysses.
Oh, and Melissa. That would be anyway. So let's see. Okay, so
Anyway, so
Ogre believing all change
living all
bullshit,
change bullshit.
letting
Letting
him
him say
say
all
all that
that.
shit about me while not saying anything about it was messed up. Your
Okay,
own mother.
hold up. Your own mother has admitted you are easily manipulated, and I've told you once before. If people make accusations on me, then come to me first and ask me about before jumping to conclusion, believing a bunch of bullshit. Here's the thing. I've told you and everybody else this. I do not agree with anything that anyone says about certain people, whether it's being a rapist, whether it's being a pedophile, unless, of course, there's proof. Okay? The fact that, you want to go this route, and also want to bring up my mother, what she said and has admitted in the past, I have already admitted this too. Yes, I can be easily manipulated, but that was back then. Nowadays, not so much, because see, when it comes to me, I don't trust easily, and it's not because I'm, what's it? What is that word? It's like paranoid or whatnot,
Yeah.
or whatnot. Thing is, it's nothing to do with paranoia. It's got a lot to do with just playing it safe. See, if you don't want your family's safety to be in jeopardy, here's the thing: don't bring them up, or even better, don't even have your full name put out there, like on this stream, or even anything for that matter. But
It's
yet
like the same thing where he talked about like his because again, going back to it, he was talking about his mother having at one point, not anymore, according to him, having
you're not as naive as you used to be. There you go. Put that out there right there.
Yeah.
Highlight that
but
comment.
but he openly talked about like how his mother had cancer and all that. And I'm like thinking, dude, you have so many haters, all that. Like with me, I don't give a fuck. You can say whatever the fuck you want, because I guarantee you, when I say it back to you, you're gonna fucking hate it. So like
yeah,
with
I want
me,
to say this. Thank you, Caucasian, because that is a perfect example to make. I'm not as naive as I used to be, and you know what? I only make sure that I'm given facts before I'm listening to anybody saying words.
yeah. Let's see. Let me see what. Okay, I'm gonna.
Now, I've told you, yeah. So a bunch of
Your
bullshit.
mother say about easily manipulate. I've told you once before.
Yeah. We already read that. He said jump to conclusions, blah blah blah. Especially when it comes to make someone an accusation on you, I go to you. There's not that many accusations about me, but whatever. But okay.
Let's
You can go ahead
see.
and go to the
Jumping
next
into
one.
conclusions, believing a bunch of bullshit, especially when someone makes accusations on you, I go to you. Well, yeah, and also here's the funny thing too. Like what he did with that one chick, that was an accusation, a false accusation too. But again, a lot of people didn't talk about it. Okay, so jump the gun, believing everything someone else says about a friend. Again, when have you really, honestly, Ulysses, when have you ever been a true friend to a lot of people, even in this chat?
I'll even ask you this. Other than the other times that when we were actually good with each other, despite the whole, despite my rivalry with Chayton, when was the last time you really were a good friend to me? In the last couple of months, or maybe this past year.
I'll even say this: how often did you message Jordan just about random stuff instead of this shit?
Yeah, I'll admit we've had some conversations in the past, and yes, I said some things that I regret. And yes, if you want to stream about it, I don't give a man.
I'm
really
not like
don't.
as far as me goes, even if he shows anything Jordan says, even if he said the worst shit in the world, like it's all in the past. I don't care. Again, we've talked about it like adults, and we've apologized to each other. Something you and I really never did. So,
And here's another thing: if you really think that after all you've done, especially with what you've said about other people, like Dark Horse, for example, about his mom and his car wreck, I wouldn't really think that you have a chance of actually making it good with Chayton now. I really don't think so.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, I could have talked to you. We could have sold things, but the problem is, even if I talk to you and others making amends, trying to work things out, the problem is, if I do that, then I have to do that with Chade. No, you don't. You dumb fuck.
No. Here's the thing: if you think you have to do that with Chayton, here's the thing: then just do it already if you want to. But I'm not saying you have to do it. That's a choice. You have a choice to make to do that, with Chayton, or you could just simply let it go. Which, of course, there you go again, talking about Chayton, saying that you moved on.
Jordan, let me ask you: do I give a fuck, or do I have an issue with you being friends with Kevin?
No, hell no.
So if you and Ulysses made up, I wouldn't fucking care.
Yeah, exactly, and vice versa.
I know you wouldn't fucking do anything to fucking send him screenshots or do anything else.
You know
And
what's so
also,
funny? You know what the difference between Kevin and Ulysses is? At least, let me tell you something what Kevin sent me recently. Okay, let me go ahead and on my messenger and go to the messenger with him. I'm not going to show it. I'm just gonna tell you what he sent me. Okay, so you know about the Big Show, right?
yeah,
You remember that? You remember that time where I had my eyes crossed and I had my beard and my hair and all that?
Dan, the link is in the chat. I will 1 second. I'll just send it to you privately if need be.
Hey Dan, how's it going? But yeah, you remember that? When I had my eyes crossed and I had my beard and my hair, and I think it was also on one of Ulysses' streams, I think. But yeah, you. Oh shit!
Oh fuck.
A lot of information.
Not really.
Yeah, but anyway,
I
there's a
forgot.
picture. There's a
See, that's what
picture of me where I think I was on someone's panel. I think it was Ulysses at the time, where I had my eyes crossed, I got my beard, and I think that was when we were. I think that
that's
was when you were
funny.
still.
Oh, he's already
Yeah,
back. See,
you,
see,
you know
Dan.
what? You know what Kevin
Chill with
did?
me.
Kevin put my face on the Big Show's thing, and it says the Big Scout, and I laughed my ass off. See, at least
You
he's
know what I did? You know what I did? I got drunk, and I'm buzzed.
Hey Dan, how's it going? Hello.
Please tell me he's for God's sake, pull yourself together.
But anyway, that's what Kevin did. You see, and in fact, he also sends me stuff that are funny. He's not bringing up shit a lot like that's been going on.
I'll like, you know what? I hate to say this, but I'll give Kevin one thing. As far as I know, and again, I don't know what goes on behind the scenes, like all that. So I can't say he doesn't have behind the scenes with other people. But I will say that he doesn't reference you too much whenever he does talk about me. So I will at least give him that.
Yeah.
Dan, you there? All right, we're gonna be.
Did he say he was drinking or something?
Yeah, he like. I won't say too much because he's it was private, but
I'm not drunk, motherfucker. I'm just buzzed.
oh okay.
Okay.
And I'm literally like 10 minutes down the fucking street. I would never fucking drive fucking like heavily intoxicated. Please believe me, I'm a very safe motherfucker when it comes to that shit.
No, you are.
Okay. I mean, I was just thinking, like, what did you just say? Did you say you were drinking or something? Like, I'm like,
Oh,
oh,
I did, absolutely. But then so I was gonna tell you, so in a past life, fucking Chayton knows this. I used to work clubs in Vegas. I've worked at some sort of security in New York, Vegas, California, etc. That's where the Panda name kind of came from because I used to know it be known as Cash Panda or Big Panda, Big Dan because I'm a big guy, but I'm also a fucking cuddly motherfucker. That's how they used to know me back in the day. I'm still a fucking. I can still whoop just about. If you fucking push me, if you hurt a girl or something like that, I'm gonna whoop your ass. That's just how it was.
Yeah.
But it's crazy. My wife, being the fucking most amazing woman in the world, told me you always work too hard. This thing's coming up. You wanted to go ahead and go. So there was this thing called the Micro Maidens, and it is a little person's burlesque show, and it was just for fun, just They're little people, like
I think I've
like
seen and heard about that before.
dwarfs fucking doing burlesque. And it was,
Yeah.
dude, by far one of the best shows I've ever been to, as far as like just literally straight up, just really well done show. One of the women that was doing the burlesque was Bridget the Midget. Bridget Powers, like one of the most well known fucking. And I sent Chayton pictures of us on the show, and I got pulled on stage because she knows who I am.
Yeah.
Like again, I'm not making it up. Fucking, and he'll tell you.
No. It's 100% true. Like I was even saying, like certain times when Jordan was talking, I was like taking a break from anything, just look at the messages. That's why, Jordan, you heard me laughing or anything. That's why.
I got
Yeah.
assaulted by women that were like 3 foot tall.
That's pretty funny though.
And I'm like I said, the reason I'm in here is because I need someone to talk to while I'm driving to Jack in the Box, so I can get some tacos in me while I head home to my brand new fucking house, which is fucking amazing, with the best wife in the world, with fucking 85-inch fucking Samsung TV. I'm just the fucking best life ever. Seriously, the best life ever.
Congratulations for that.
Thank you. So what are y'all bitching about now?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm bitching. I'm simply here for my own reasons, and Chayton, he's doing like this stream, basically just to give a preview of the Hangman Outcast returning on the Network 3000. Excuse me, not David 3000.
What? Like I didn't know about that. What? The Outcast is coming back? What?
It's a reboot.
I know, dude. Do you mean this motherfucker don't talk?
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking like but oh well, I guess
Literally,
let's let all bygones be bygones.
Literally,
Well, no,
Bygones.
there's never been. Okay, so let me clarify something, Jordan, and I'm glad you're here. Me and Chayton have never really ever fought. We had our fucking falling out, but even when we had our falling out, it was never a falling out. We talk. Even when I'll you know what? I'll bring up some shit that has not even been talked about ever. Mark's podcast that Chayton used to be on. It wasn't a fight. Chayton decided to go another path because and I told him from the jump, if that's the path you want to go, I can't. Because again, I'm doing a pretty damn good job of staying away from people's bullshit. I think we can all agree to that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So Chayton wanted to fucking indulge. Cool. Love him to death. Chayton Long is one of my closest friends. He's like a little brother to me. What the fuck am I doing at Jack Yo's? I gotta turn around. Anyway. So no, he wanted to do that. Cool, good for him. I decided it wasn't my best interest. So I said, "Hey, I'm on bail. I need you to understand. And I got a little misty. He'll tell you. I got a little emotional because I didn't want him off the show. I didn't want him to be booted off the show. But he wanted to go a path I could not allow because we're trying to do something different, and we've consistently done something different. So it is what it is. So anybody who wants to run their fucking mouths and talk shit behind the scenes like a little cuck bitch. Me and Chayton are still buddies. We're still tight. He's like my little brother. I would never talk dirty or do him dirty. He made a choice, an adult, grown, big boy panties decision that he wanted to go do his thing. So we put somebody else in that position. Not because I dislike Chayton, but because he decided he wanted to do something. He knew what the repercussions were. He handled it like a fucking man, unlike some people in this world.
Oh,
I made a conscious decision to get away from y'all's drama bullshit because at the end of the day, I'm not a fucking autistic fucking dipshit who needs to engage and needs to give other people the fucking satisfaction. It is what it is. You can't get it. That's your fucking problem, not mine. We've had a blast doing what we do. We're not trying to get a billion fucking views. We're just a bunch of friends that like to talk about wrestling and nerdy shit. But I still talk to Chayton almost every other day because that's my fucking boy.
And Dan, like handled like a man, was never bitter. I was never.
No. Chayton handled it like a grown ass adult. It wasn't bitterness. It was a guy who said, "Look, brother, I gotta go handle this my way." And I said, "Hey, I don't agree with it. It's emotional for me because we started a podcast together and it sucks. But hey, do you? I support whatever you got to do. You do what you got to do. It was never a fucking fuck you, Chayton. You can't be on the podcast. So yeah, you know who I'm talking to because I'm talking to your fucking face. I didn't run away from you, you fucking tardistic fuck.
Well, and here's the other thing too. Like there's always been this thing with people where they think that Dan is like babysitting me or telling me what I should say or not say or whatnot. At the end of the day,
no, you know what, Chayton? I'll say it. Chayton Long is a grown ass fucking man, more so than half you little shits on this fucking website. I've never had to tell him to do shit. I've always said, look, this is my advice.
On my phone, so I'll be right back.
I've never had to fucking tell him what to do. He's a grown ass fucking man, and he's done whatever he wanted to do on his own. Have I given him advice? Yes, but he sought my counsel. It wasn't like I said, well, you better do this or you're going to get punished. No, there was no punishment because I could treat him like an adult. You know why? Because he is an adult, whether one of you people want to believe it or not. When we had a falling out, that was it then. But other than that, we've always talked everything out. I could give two fucks what you people think about me. Needless to say, I haven't been around. I show up to R&R occasionally to say, hey, what's up? What's going on? I'll fucking talk shit to Eric every so often because, you know, I like me the elder statesman.
Dude, I actually thought, you know, when we were talking about Justin Incredible and all the shit he's been doing, when you
I'm not ignoring y'all. I'm about to order some Jack in a Box, but keep going.
Oh yeah, but when you said, like, you know, if I could be serious for a minute, I was like, wait, this has to be something. He was an Impact player, and I was like, oh my god, you reeled me in. You kind of reeled Eric in because he thought, are you like so disrespectful? I can't believe it. This is a serious situation.
So this, all right, shit, I'm doing different voice. I can't do it.
Man, you sound like when freaking Romy does a Lucas impression.
Damn people from Massachusetts. I can't.
No, that's not true. I don't sound like a Massachusetts native. I sound like an Orlando native.
I'm like shit. I can't do the voices.
It's all fine, Nick. It's all good. But anyway,
now, yeah. So,
but you know,
right now I can't share screen anything just because of the fact that I'm on my phone. I wanted to be able to walk and smoke and not have to worry about holding a damn laptop.
Expect that a lot on the Outcast when he gets onto the Network 3000.
Yeah, I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do that because I want to fucking do that. Got a crazy lady outside.
I was ordering some Jack Wraps because they're fucking delicious and some tacos. No, like, okay, so, and you know, I haven't been on here in a while and I haven't been on your channel in a minute, but I wanted to just clarify some shit. I didn't leave or do anything different because I'm afraid of shit. I left because I got bored and tired of, and I'll say it plainly, the fucking retarded behavior of children. Whether you all realize it or not, I'm almost 40 years old. I'm a grown-ass man. I have a real grown-up big people job. And I don't have time for stupid little kids shit. I fuck with who I fuck with. I'm telling you, I don't mow lawns for a living. I don't fucking do bullshit. I do a real fucking job where I have access to real information that I probably shouldn't. Believe it or not, I was fucking tapped on the shoulder and asked if I wanted to be a fucking full-on, get my peace officer's license and be a police officer. Jordan knows about this because I've talked to him privately about it. Other people know about it because, again, whether I choose to go down that route or not, I still have access to that type of fucking information. I take that serious. And this is the most live and real you'll get from me because I'm so sick and tired of fucking people running their mouths who know nothing about me as a person. And that's by design because you don't need to know about me.
Exactly.
Chayton knows that on a regular basis, I deal with radioactive material, dead bodies, things of, among that, making sure that fucking air emergency evacuation helicopters are directed properly. So you can try to figure out what I do for a living. I don't really give a fuck. Yeah. I'm at almost 40 years old, been with a company, what's up, man? 40 years old, and been with a company for over 20 years, I do pretty good for myself.
Someone just asked, "Are you a cop?" I mean, well, technically, not
No,
really.
no. I'm not going to say that because I look. I'm not. It doesn't matter what I do. I cannot
Yeah.
believe that woman. I got an autograph from one of the fucking little people.
But here's another thing.
But it doesn't matter. Okay, like this shit right here doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't. This shit is just fun. It was always a good time. But whenever y'all decided to make it fucking personal, it got stupid and childish. It really did. I did a show with fucking Chayton called Exiled Entertainment. I did a show with Chayton called the fucking Exiled whatever. Whatever we just did, we did it for fun. Exiled Outcast. It was for fun. When it comes to like, I'm glad you're here, Jordan, because I wanted you two to get along without it being a public spectacle. Y'all both know that. I didn't want it to be live. I wanted y'all to have a conversation privately.
And we did, and it worked out
Again,
really good.
without it being a spectacle where other people wanted it to be fucking YouTube viewership. Fuck that.
Yeah,
We didn't have to, like Jordan, we didn't have to get a cameraman or anything just in case one of us cried.
I'm so sick of this fucking look. I'm telling you right now, and maybe it's because I have had a little bit to I had a little fucking of the spirits. I'm so sick and tired of this self-righteous fucking narrative that I'm a horrible person and I'm a hypocrite. No, I am not a hypocrite. I decided to do what most of these motherfuckers don't have the balls to do and walk away. And I've done a pretty damn good job of it. I show up to fucking rant and rave occasionally to bust Eric's balls because I like the elder statesman. Or I talk to Jordan on the back burner. Watch this. Jordan, did you not contact me on WrestleMania and ask me to come in and do a live stream with y'all?
Yeah.
Okay. And I respectfully said no because I had family because we were having a party.
Yeah.
I'm so sick of this fucking bullshit that because I don't fucking live up to some other people's fucking standards, I'm a fucking self-righteous prick. I don't give a fuck. I've never cared about anybody's fucking expectations of me.
Yeah.
I am me. I will always. Go ahead.
I don't mean to cut you off, but and to add to that, like to what you said about what Jordan said, Jordan even asked me about coming on to the WrestleMania. I was able to at the very end, but usually, like I was full blown honest with him. If I do, it's only because I get off early from work. He was completely understanding that. He didn't fucking, and all that. He knows I like weekends are pretty difficult for me for work reasons and certain days. So it's just like, he's fully understanding. There were times where I couldn't be on fucking his Uno streams.
Well,
did you even do one today?
I didn't do one today because I was I'm still.
Like I said,
there's something wrong with my controller, but I'll probably explain that maybe tomorrow on R&R.
Yeah, for sure.
Like I said, I got a stream in the morning to do with Koopa and Nerfy, and that's gonna be fucking fun because it's what we do for fun. It's great.
I was gonna ask you about the other stuff you do. Like I know you had to move and all that, and I think you already have. Are you still doing the the Marks podcast and all that?
Yeah, every fucking Sunday with me and Gerard. And you know what? We had fucking a special guest on last week. You'll have to watch it to see. And you know what? It's another guy who doesn't want to be involved with people's bullshit. I'm not going to say his name because, you'll have to watch to see.
Yeah.
We fucking sat down and talked. No, we sat down and talked to Tony Kimmel. Tony Kimmel. I've done all this cool ass shit. Look, I'll say it plainly. Tony Kimmel's going to give me tickets to All Out. Why? Because he likes me. More than likely, he says if there's extra seats, I get free tickets to All Out. Why? Because I don't fucking deal with fucking childish bullshit.
Wait, are you sure it's All Out or All In?
Whatever the ones in Texas, I guess it's it all in?
Yeah,
all in. Whatever.
All in,
the one that's going to be at Ranger at the Texas Ranger Stadium. What I'm saying is, I've been afforded wonderful opportunities because I'm not a piece of shit, contrary to popular belief. Not that I really give two fucks what anybody's opinion of me is. Jordan fucks with me because, Jordan realizes I'm not a piece of shit. Chayton fucks with me because I'm not a piece of shit.
Yeah.
I don't get this fucking narrative that there's a desire to cause conflict. And if you want to continue to cause hot conflict, you can suck my dick. I don't care. None of your opinions matter to me other than the people that I care about. I'm just so tired of watching, you know, people that I actually do care about have to deal with dipshits who are manipulating and playing a game. And Chayton knows who they are. He's not stupid, contrary to what other people want to believe. Look, he's asked my opinion. I've told him that it is what it is. If he wants to continue to further his, wonderful creative juices with fucking with some of these people, cool. He knows that I'll be here whenever it fucking blows up. And if it doesn't blow, good for him. It's just stupid because it continues to be a fucking narrative of ignorance. I'm sorry. When I was in high school, I didn't fuck around with the kids who wore helmets, rode a short bus, tasted glue on their lips, and had to wear Velcro shoes. I hung out with my friends who were fucking actually educated. So why would I waste my time on a fucking social media platform such as YouTube doing the same thing? I have no desire to do that. I left. I went on to do my own thing, and I've happily been doing it. I still talk to Chayton. I still laugh because my wife finds half of you motherfuckers fucking hilarious just to laugh at you. I went to a friend of mine, fucking got her master's degree in sociology and fucking psychology. And I let her listen to some of y'all's old live streams. And she said, this is by far some of the stupidest shit I've ever seen. I said, I agree. And she said, you were involved in that? Not necessarily. I just was I was a bystander and I listened to some of it. And she said, these people are the equivalent of a fucking retarded monkey fucking a whoopee cushion. And I said, I agree. It absolutely is. And she said, why would you ever waste your time? Because it was entertaining. It was absolutely entertaining. The fact is, those of you who think you are so fucking self-righteous, those of you who think you are so great, have given me information about yourselves that you probably shouldn't have, whether it be your wives, your kids, whatever it may be. I know more about you than you probably need. And being the fact that I work with people who are, and because this is a Texas thing, Cole certified, I probably have more information about you than I need. I just don't care. I have fucking firsthand access to a troll named Wings 007. Wink, wink. Me and him are pretty cool. Same with a fucking YouTuber, Adentum. Wink, wink. We're pretty cool. And they, if I wanted to, could make your lives living hell. They don't want to because I've told them it's not worth your fucking time. They want that information. They want to know who these people are. But I've told them it's not really worth it. And they agree. I'm not the piece of shit you think I am, because if I was, I would make your lives living hell. I don't want to. I don't care. What I do care about is the fucking doofus on here named Chayton, who is my friend. What I do care about is the other doofus named fucking Jordan, who is my friend.
Damn it.
And when you threaten them and you use them and you try to make their platforms all about you, but then because they're so nice, they don't realize it, that's when I get fucking frustrated.
Yep.
I don't care about half of you people. I don't. The time is up past. And Chayton knows this. A mentor of mine, a guy I've known for 15 years, died. He had, out of nowhere, had spinal meningitis and just fucking dropped dead. You know what he told me before he died? Why waste your time on the ignorant? You can't save everybody. And at some point in your life, it's okay to become selfish. So you know what? This is my age of selfishness. I care about me. I care about my lovely, vivacious, gorgeous, brilliant fucking wife. I don't care about any of this other bullshit. I don't. I'm fucking thrilled at life that I just got, again, I took my wife to Cattleman's. You know what Cattleman's is? It's a restaurant that's owned by the people who own Yellowstone, the TV show.
Yeah.
I dropped $400 on a fucking dinner. Why? Because I can. And that's not being braggadocious. That's just the fucking honest truth. Tonight, I went to that fucking little burlesque show with like $700. I'm coming home with like three. It is what it is. Whatever. It was amazing. Why? Because I can. I don't need any of this shit. I do it because I enjoy having fun and having intellectual conversations with people who are fucking worthwhile. I feel bad. I feel bad, Chayton. I love you to death, but I feel bad that you are still dedicated to doing this fucking moronic shit when you are by far one of the most brilliant, entertaining people I've ever met. In a world of Opie fucking Hugheses, you are Anthony Cumia's. And yet you are fucking drawn into these stupid, special educated dipshits who wish nothing more than to fucking leech off your talent. Hey, the Hangman Outcast is coming back. Yay, buddy.
Yep, and again, as I mentioned previously, outside of guests coming in, I'm going to be the sole host of the show because I feel like the only way the show will be run properly, and that's not disdain, but just the fact I feel like will be me, and and it would be funny or good to have full creative control and be able to see what sticks and see what doesn't. Not have to, I don't mind input, but it's just the fact that I'm the final say on anything regarding that.
Don't you dare say it.
What?
Don't say that word.
What?
The final you know what.
Oh, you're saying because I'm the final boss?
There you go.
No, I'm kidding. The Che died in an electrical storm, so yeah.
That was the stupidest fucking name you've come up with, is the Che.
Well, maybe, but
well, with just Che, I mean it's shortened, but with the Che, it makes you.
That's almost as bad as calling yourself Ledge.
Dutch Mantel was the one who came up with the idea, and I actually think it's a good idea.
I'm about to throw myself off the ledge.
That's the whole point. Throw yourself over the
Stupid.
edge or off a ledge. It's
stupid.
the same thing,
dumb.
Dan.
It's stupid.
What do you mean it's stupid? It's all
it's stupid.
Look it up.
I'm not doubting that Dutch Mantel came up with it. It's still stupid.
No, not looking it up, but just by him saying it. Look up the abbreviations for ledge.
I
and
know
edge.
what the fuck a ledge is, Jordan. I'm 40 years old. I know what the fuck a ledge is. Doesn't make it any less dumb of a name.
First Eric and now you.
It's a stupid name.
I think it's actually fitting.
You are wrong.
Well,
Good day, sir. Good day, sir.
You're a crook.
I said good day.
And a swindler. That's what you are. How could you do a thing like this? Getting our little boy's hopes up and crush his dreams to pieces. You're an inhuman monster. And then I said good day.
Bitch, I'm adorable. But no, like I said,
that movie is awesome. Not gonna lie.
Again, for the record, for anybody who doubts it, I just pulled into my brand new house, which we just got, and backed in to the driveway safely, not hurting anybody. So again, Dan drives fucking intoxicated. No, I sat there, I drank water, I had a conversation with a bunch of fucking little people, and we jacked around and talked about fucking childhood fucking entertainment and shit that I did when I was in my 20s.
Not even the curve. You didn't hurt the curve.
No, because I would never drive to a point where I couldn't physically fucking make it home. Again, I also stopped at Jack in the Box and got fucking 3 Jackraps and 2 tacos. Yay!
Yeah, it's like what do you call it? Like even with like my girl, I never have to worry about her. She is a excellent driver. I've been with a few women who are horrible at driving, where I feel for my life every time I get behind the wheel or get in the car. And with her, I always, regardless of anything, I never have to worry about shit.
And my thing is this, I get frustrated because this is the stupidest fucking argument. I've ever seen. And again, we talked about it earlier, Shaden, privately on a fucking phone call because, you know, you have my number.
Yeah.
It's just so fucking dumb. Seriously. Look, you and I disagree with you the way you handle certain things, but I never tell you what to do. And the
Yeah.
idea that anybody thinks that I fucking manipulate you into doing anything is fucking, and I'll say it, retarded.
Same here.
If you have that fucking idea that I'm telling Chayton Long how to live his life, you're retarded.
Just for
If you have
giving your opinion does not mean you're manipulating. This just means you're
exactly,
means you're being a good friend. You're looking out. Again, Jordan, I won't go into it, but Jordan and I had a conversation a few weeks ago about a little mini conflict that he was having, and I gave him my opinion on it, and some of it, he liked, some of it he didn't like, but I wasn't trying to tell him what to do or tell anything. I was just giving my
Okay.
full blown opinion.
and I'll put it out. I'll put this out there. Do I go messaging you about Chase? No, I disagree. I absolutely disagree. Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
I think that could be a call from the spouse.
Thankfully, mine's asleep. That's it. Like I even told her.
You're not married, Chayton. Not anymore.
Yeah. Like, but no, no,
But,
she
a funny thing is-
watches my shit, and she knows I talk about some of this stuff on stream, so she doesn't care. But
Did y'all hear any of that?
no,
Yeah, I heard
it's the ringing of the.
I heard the ringtone, but not the convo.
Oh, okay.
But,
So yeah, my wife was checking out. No, and I just want to make it
Oh,
clear.
I caught
Laura
it.
was right.
We don't ever we've never talked about fucking Chase or anybody else. I don't even dislike Chase or anybody. I don't care enough. I disagree with the responding to anything because I think it's pointless. It just carries on a pointless cycle of stupidity. That's my opinion. We disagree. It's cool. We're friends. We can disagree.
Yeah, Dan is not. Dan's not going to say, I'm cutting you off, or I'm not going to be your friend because of this. Again, it's like I tell Dan, if Dan wants to talk about any of the shit, he can, but I never bring it to his doorstep. I never tell him.
He doesn't. He doesn't.
Yeah,
In fact, he has never brought anybody, even though I know that this, that people talk shit. He said, "Hey, I just want to give you a heads up." And I'm like, "Cool. I appreciate it." Never has Chayton's come to me with anything like, "Oh, this motherfucker's talking this. Am I aware of it? Yeah, but it's not just from him. It's from at least multiple people that tell me, "Hey, so and so's saying this," because they think you're a fucking idiot. But hey, it is what it is. You're a fucking doofus.
and that's the thing. Like even when we were the only times I ever feel the need to ever bring anything up is usually if a conversation regarding that. But again, comparing that to most of our conversations, same with Jordan. Usually those things. Again, when I told Jordan about Chase bringing up Jordan earlier in the stream, I told Jordan probably didn't even know about till when I brought it up here. Because again, I don't, if I feel the desperate, if I feel the real need to tell him something, I will, but I'll let him know, hey, do you want me something that came up? But again, even then, it's not something that I continuously say, oh yeah, Jordan.
Here's the thing. Even if here's the thing. I didn't know about it, but here's the thing. You know why I didn't know? Because I don't care what Chase does. At the end of the day, I'm only on here just to bury give my piece, bury it, and be done with it for good on my end.
Okay, so I want to clarify something. Jordan and I talk. Jordan and I would have conversations. Jordan knows that I don't agree and don't trust some of the people he's cool with, but I've never told Jordan not to be friends with him. I just said, hey, keep an eye out. Just
be careful. Yeah.
Same thing, Dan. Careful. That's like again earlier. I brought this up when I told Arthur, because he messaged me about some personal stuff. And I just told him when he was meeting up with Chase, I told him, I said, just be careful, man. That was all I said. I didn't.
Yeah, and again, like I said, I've told Chayton, Just be careful. Hey, I hope that it doesn't happen that way. I hope that this person does continue to be loyal to you and what have you. Do I think that something may happen one day? Absolutely. Do I think that me disappearing has fucking played a part in the fucking lack of stupidity? 100%. And that's not ego talking. That's proven fact. Because I have been so fucking transpondent in the sense that I've not been around. Great. Notice how fucking AI channels have disappeared. And channels that were trying to fucking cause stupid shit to happen disappear. Why? Because you were trying to fucking play a narrative. It is what it is. You're fucking stupid. You're not as fucking smart as you think you are. You know who I'm talking about. You're a fucking idiot. You're supposed to be a fucking adult, man. Fucking grow up. Fucking child. Jesus.
Yeah, I think everybody else needs Jesus at this point.
They need a fucking exorcism. Jesus. So I'm like, dude, grow up.
You know what's so funny? I said that on the last day of my vacation, you know.
And fucking don't ever fucking make me watch a video of that other doofus singing the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. That was the dumbest. My God, I
Hey,
played
my
that.
girl
That
got it
same
on.
nerd.
My girl got it on to that stuff.
My fucking friend up here at the job was like literally whoopee cushion, retarded person, fucking it. That's what it sounds like.
What is he talking
Right.
about? Like the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? Like who sang what?
Someone singing the goated
Say it. Our
stream.
girl was singing the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and I had a lovely female friend who is a fucking doctor say that sounds like, she goes, I've lost fucking 10 minutes of my life I'll never get back. That sounded like a retarded person fucking a whoopee cushion.
Dan, you have to pick one. What would you rather do? Watch that on loop or watch Beau is Afraid on loop? You have to pick one.
I'd rather fuck a blender.
It's
shit.
It's like I won't bring this up publicly, but George, you remember what I had my girl do earlier in terms of a choice?
Yeah, I heard about what you had.
Yeah.
I'll put it like this. All I've ever wanted is for my friend to be happy. Okay. Me and Chayton have been friends. We're lifelong friends. We're going to be friends for fucking as long as we fucking choose to be. Nothing can change that. Luckily, in the times I've been friends with Chayton, I've luckily befriended Jordan. And the world is a better place when these two fucking idiots get along. So I push them to get along. And they have. And anybody who tries to fucking use them as entertainment is not their fucking friend. They're a fucking jerk off.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dan.
And anybody who
one
tries
last
to
thing I'll
push a
say.
narrative, anybody who pushes a narrative that their fucking resolution and their conflict should be fucking viewed for fucking mass consumption doesn't care about them. They're a fucking doofus. Go
One
fuck
thing
yourself.
What they'll say regarding that is also, Dan, I'm slowly but surely convincing my mom to watch Beau is Afraid.
Oh my God.
You're a horrible son.
I second that.
She was like, because she was talking to me about it, and I'm like, I think the only thing that's turning her off from watching is the length of the movie. Because
And the
unless it's like
giant cock monster.
I think
It's a stupid fucking movie. It's almost as bad as Joker 2.
You know what?
My
That's
girl
good.
couldn't even finish it. She loved the first movie. She couldn't even. But then again,
Dude, the first movie, like it was so good, and then the director wanted to. Oh my God.
I didn't. I understand the hatred. I didn't hate it as much as the other people, but I still think it does
Why
kind
do
of
you
ruin
want?
the
Why,
first.
why do you want to fuck Jordan in the ass?
Huh?
What?
Why do you want to fuck Jordan in the ass?
What are you talking about?
Because you liking that movie
What
is the
I was
equivalent
afraid?
of fucking Jordan in the ass.
What the fuck?
Oh well, you know what?
You know what was a good movie that would surprise me? The Minecraft movie. The Minecraft movie was actually quite nice. It did its job. It did its fucking job.
Dude,
I
you're not the only
tried
one.
to offer.
I actually liked it too.
My like Jordan tried to say to take my
Satan!
girl.
Chicken jockey.
I tried to get I'll be honest with Jordan. like Jordan tried to get
Chicken jockey.
Jordan tried to get my girl or try to get me to take my girl. So I asked her, I said, "Hey, you want to go see the Minecraft movie?" She literally was like, "Yeah, but you gotta take me to dinner and fucking what was the other thing I had to do? Oh yeah,
Anal?
buy snacks at the movie theater."
Anal?
What the fuck? And then I was literally like thinking, I wouldn't mind spending all that money on you, but not on the Minecraft movie. Like we
Anal,
did
right?
that with Sinners. We did that
Not
with
on the
Sinners. We had a
Minecraft
great time.
He wants it in the butt, right? Because if you take her to that, it's basically what you're doing.
Shit, she wasn't so tired. Seeing her in that G string earlier. Oh fuck. She's like she's tired. She was tired.
Oh
Fuck.
yes.
Jordan, quit saying oh yes to the image of my girl in the thong, you motherfucker.
You say what you want. I just got molested by fucking 3 little people. One of them is a fucking porn star, and I'm about to go home to the most beautiful woman in the world, who fucking signed off on me going to this stupid show.
Hell, when originally I was gonna go to a strip club last year before everything shit hit the
When
fan.
I was a young warthog.
Very
I
nice.
literally, even though again we just started dating and all that, I literally asked her. I said, just out of respect and to
Do you
show
like
her
it
I
in the
wasn't.
butt?
No, I asked her if it was okay if I went to a strip club. Not only did she say yes, but she also said one day because I'm planning on taking her to one for her birthday because that's what she's always wanted to do. And
You look like you can have the second best wife in the world. I have the best wife in the world. That being said, I'm going to go and tell my wife how much I love her while eating fucking jackrabbits. Y'all have a good night. All you doofuses that fucking want to try to rain on my parade can eat a dick. Chayton, love you, boo. Jordan,
love you too, brother.
Jordan, just stop eating glue. I love you all. Have a lovely night.
Later, Dan. But that
Love
was
you
a good
too,
little.
Dan.
That was a good little what do you call it? Side thing for the chaos.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically, I guess because it's been 3 hours.
Yeah.
To,
But here's
to
the
wrap
thing.
this all up,
Yeah. I'm just gonna
I'll
simply
leave.
say it like this.
Yeah, go ahead, and I'll leave
Look-
my closing remarks because I want you to stay for when I end the stream. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, once you end it, I'm gonna be out because I'm gonna have
Yeah.
sleep. But Ulysses, here's the thing. I didn't know about what you brought me up for, and thankfully I didn't see it because I could care less. But at least it just proves that at least I have another reason to be on here. But regardless of that, I'm not gonna deal with it anymore. Okay. See, what this is a receipt, and what I'm doing right here, that's what happens. But at the end of the day, you have no one else to blame but yourself. Okay. Now, if you were just kindly keep me and my family, my mom, my sister, my brother, even my dad, if you had that honor and privilege to try and keep them out of your mouth, maybe I wouldn't be on here to respond. I'm not doing this because of trying to be on Chayton's side or trying to team up with him. I'm here on my own accord. In fact, I'm surprised nobody else came on here except for another scumbag who wants to try and
And we're not referring to Dan, by the way.
And not Dan. No, Dan's. Well, you know
Yeah.
what? He's our scumbag, like MJF, in AEW.
Yeah.
But
Like
Dan. Okay, let me just say this about Dan. Dan is like one of the greatest people you will ever meet. Just don't cross him, and he won't, and you won't be hurt. But
it's like what
still,
Dan says about trips. I have the honor and privilege to call him one of my best friends.
mhm.
I can't it's not something that I take for granted. Like even if we don't and that's how friends are. Or even if we don't agree on certain things, or if we have different viewpoints, we don't that's not going to tear us apart. That's and that's and just because this that the third happens regarding us or regarding any shows or whatnot, it's something that I didn't cry, bitch, and moan. I don't I'm happy for what the show's been doing, and all that. I even said jokingly, the one I'm not a morning person. Dan knows this, but we picked a time that worked for all of us. but so I had to. But that was like the one thing I was like, well, don't worry, bright sides. I don't have to get up early more. But again, I will reiterate, I and the other people on that show were the ones that agreed to that time. So, but it was just, other than that, it wasn't something that like bothered me. And again, Dan and I have we have different conversations. We fucking talk about this life and the meaning of it. Just the fact that, something a lot of people on this platform can't do. It's just something that like it's fucking stupid. But the point is that, like I've said, I have like to kind of revert it to Ulysses, and I'll talk to fucking let Jordan finish, and I'll say my closing arguments. Like, I don't want to be your friend. Like, you make this claim that I want to be your friend, or I'm desperate for your.
Wow.
Hmm.
Hold on a minute. Sloppy just showed up.
Hey, Sloppy, how you doing? But like that I'm desperate in wanting to be your friend,
brother.
huh?
You should have been here in the beginning, brother.
I think it was stream. I didn't see. I don't know what happened to his stream, but anyway, so regarding that, it's like I don't need to be your friend. I don't want to be your friend. I don't, I don't care to be your friend. You are what Crystal's kid called you way back when. Useless. You have no use for me. You're not a good friend. You're not a good person. But to basically say that, I'll have a final closing argument. But I'm just going to say this: is that I don't care that you blocked me. And matter of fact, again, I'm the one that blocked you. You think again, this is how childish you are. You have to be proven right when always you are proven wrong with the same. Again, who do you have left on your side? A lot of people that have either the same issues that you criticize me and my friends and all that shit. You have people who who are maybe there's probably one or two people that are decent people. I'm not gonna say everybody's like that, but the fact is that again, you hold no value, and that's just a fact. So why would I want to waste yes, I enjoy fucking with you on here. It's like you're basically like a bigger, I can't even say dumber, because that would be for him trying to be as intelligent as he actually is. He's a bigger, dumber version of Brian Apsher. At least Brian Apsher, I will say this, I don't care what George says, because I know he has his thoughts on him. I would rather have Brian Apsher on the show or anything than I would have you, unless I'm fucking with you, because despite everything Brian Apsher has done and said, he is more entertaining and has more market value, even as a fucking jester. No offense to Jester in Chains, than you. So I don't need your friendship. Never did need your friendship. You're a weird little fuck, and that's saying something coming from me. You and all that. And I'll finish it off once you're done. But I just wanted to say that, because it's like
As for me,
sadly, yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
As for me, the only thing I've ever wanted was to be left alone, but yet you keep bringing my name up and stuff that I don't want anything to be a part of with your conflict. The only reason I'm on here is because I wanted to set the record straight. I think I have. But if some people don't really believe it, tough shit. I don't care. I just, at least I let my voice be heard.
You know what's funny, Jordan?
Hmm?
I just thought about this. He still brings up the shit between me and you. But you know what's funny? Outside of some of any harsh shit he hasn't said yet, because I'm sure he will, because that's the type of person he is. But you know what's funny? He's basically become me in 2021 with you, because who does he always have outside of me? Who, or Sean, or Crystal, or Steve, or everybody else? Who is the one person that he has coming out of his mouth a lot? That is you.
Yeah, that is, in and of itself, disturbing in my, if you look at it in my point of view. But all I can say is that after this, I am done talking about you. When I'm talking about, Ulysses. I
Yeah.
am like at the end of the day, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, and here's the thing: you can either block me or just move on, and I think you should either do both. And that goes the same for Chayton, because the thing is, if you don't move on from someone like Chayton, like, in a way to keep your sanity, then guess what? You become the obsessed, not him. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that Chayton's always obsessed with other people, but hey, if you do something to provoke him, then hey, I think I understand why he's doing this, because of probably what you told me about him mentioning me on a Umbrella stream, which again, no problems with Umbrella. I think,
Yeah.
again, he's,
If
he's
he, if
kind of
he,
a, he's a character,
again, if he
just,
has, I'll let you know a little secret. Two things. One, if he didn't have, or what's the word I'm looking for? If he is so upset that I posted old videos of his from back in the day, like, here's a simple solution: don't watch. If you are so like, but I'll also let you know another secret. You were the reason why that happened, referring to Ulysses, because the other day I decided to make a mockery of how you took a bump in the ring, which now you claim that you only did that as a joke, or you did it as a dare, how you ran the ropes like that, took a bump. So basically it proves that you did, like, now you saying that, because you never said that prior, proves that you did it on purpose. You're just doing that to save face because people were making fun of your ass. And he deleted the video, or so that video was never on his channel, but he copyright claimed it, which I don't really give a fuck. But then I was like, you know what? I'll play the game. And look what happened. He didn't like what was said. And again, even in Umbrella Soup, I tried to get in there to confront him. I was gonna make a mockery of him again, but he didn't have the ball. He was so against it. Again, he's probably been watching, but he's not in here because he has no balls. He apparently knows where I live, but he doesn't have the balls to do anything. Because again, I'm not the one that threatened to stab somebody. I'm not the one that's threatened that I'm gonna beat you up. I'm not the one. Anything I've said in that regard has always been retaliation. Like,
yep.
and again, I've said this: the time for fighting is over. Like I said, since you made that claim, that text about stabbing, like, again,
Yeah, the
like,
time for talking is
yeah,
over.
it would be in your best interest to stay away. Like, am I still gonna mock you and probably make a mockery out of you on the Outcast? Yeah, we're gonna have you on. We're gonna call you on stream. It's gonna be a fun old time. Like, certain people know
But here's the
about the.
thing for me, this is the only time and last time I'm ever going to do this on
Yeah,
Ulysses. Because again, after this, I'm going to be doing what I usually do. I'm going to probably go like probably tomorrow. I'm going to be playing some more Echoes of Wisdom after beating Link's Awakening, of course, and then get prepared for R&R, because I got to host that show for Brandon, because he'll be doing play by play for soccer. And yeah, and then pretty much do what I usually do, and
yeah,
just being chill and DGAF.
yeah, and that's the other thing.
At least
Like I
that's how.
said,
At least that's how the kids call it these days.
yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you could say whatever you want, saying I'm obsessed, saying whatever the fuck you want to say regarding what
That can
what I'm.
that can go for me too, because I mean, if you
Yeah,
could say that I'm teaming up with Chaden to go against you, you could say whatever you want. I only came here because I wanted to do this on my own accord. So here's what's going to happen. You can talk about me all you want now, but know this: even when you get the last word, just know that you can't get one over on me.
yeah,
I don't
and
care what you put out there, what I've said about Chayton or anybody else. Just know it doesn't matter. Okay, because I am done with you.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Like, if I decide, if I see fit to make a mockery out of you for however long I choose to, here's the biggest thing. What are you gonna do about it? Not a goddamn thing. All you're gonna do is go in people's comment sections, bitch. You go to some people that are mutual
Go on
friends with.
Messenger.
Yeah, go on Messenger to anybody who hasn't made a right decision and block your ass because you, again, as Crystal's kid called you, you're useless. And you're gonna bitch and moan and try to strong arm people there. You're gonna do all this fucking shit. That's all
I
you're
only
gonna do.
I only called him useless prairie dog as a joke, but now I'm just starting to think, dude. Mm-mm.
Yeah, so like I said, you can do all that. You can go tell your friends of what I said. You can go tell your mother what I said. You can go tell your auntie what I said. You can go tell your cousin, your second cousin twice removed what I said. You could tell everybody what I said. And again, whether you're watching or not is irrelevant because you will know about this because again, nobody
Oh, he's watching. He is.
yeah.
He just, he just doesn't want to admit it that he's still obsessed
Well, I
with you.
think he's still blocked. I didn't check the comments section, like who I have blocked. He may,
I've checked.
but
I've
again,
checked the comment section. I've checked the live chat. I mean, he hasn't.
yeah, he can,
He hasn't made a peep, but he can't deny that he still watches you.
because let's be well. Not only that, we know, like, no, like he, even if he wasn't watching, he will because of the fact that somebody will be throwing this in his ear. It has been proven before. People have admitted to that they have said that and all that. But like I said, you are a failure as a fucking human being. You're a failure as a son. To be fair, your mother is a failure to you as well, so it makes sense. You're a failure at a YouTube channel. You've done the one thing that you said, like they used to criticize Sean for and buy subs. You are a failure at being a friend, a good friend at that. You're a failure at a lot of different things. Be like you're a failure as a boyfriend. You're a failure as anybody that would make any woman happy. You have to pay to get women to even touch you because you're a fucking loser. You again, you you are all these things. And again, Jordan's not going to agree with this, but I'm going to say it anyway because even though there may not be all the proof in the world, I still believe it. You are a fucking rapist. You are a abuser in many ways because just if you don't put your hands on people doesn't mean you're not an abuser. You're a mental abuser. You leech off of other.
I actually know about that because you made me extremely uncomfortable when and I had to leave Dave's panel at that one time. And you know what? May have never told me to do it, but guess what? It doesn't matter. You put me in a position where I needed to leave because you sucked the fun like out of my system where I was just wanting to enjoy my David's company or for him to enjoy my company, but you're I'm done.
And like I said, you say you're going to take a
Anyway,
break
Jaden,
in May.
I'm gonna go ahead and get going. I need to get 6 hours of sleep, but I will say
Yeah.
this though. If you do have a chill like type of Outcast episode that has nothing to do with drama, I think I will be there. But if it's got something to do with drama, I'm just gonna take a brain check.
Yeah. I've told people this. I've said this is a preview. I've told people this. If they want to fucking be on, no, like if it ever gets chaotic, if you leave, I'm not gonna fucking fault you. I'm not gonna fucking talk shit to
Right.
you. I'm not gonna say anything because again, not everybody wants to be a part of it, and I completely understand that.
At least it's not like the old Outcasts. So
Yeah, like we like if and plus even then, like if everybody like if I had 10 people on and one dipshit comes in, I want to fucking fuck with him. If 8 of those people decide to leave, like I don't need backup, I don't need help, I don't need anything. I can handle I've handled 4 people all at once, on here. So like imagine though, I will thank you for coming in here, but imagine like I wouldn't have done this for 3 hours, 3.5 hours if nobody came on. I'll be honest, but yeah. Anyway, but yeah, you take care, man. I'll be wrapping this up in like
Right.
10 minutes or
As
so.
for everybody who tuned in, oh, let me tell this one story real quick before I have to leave.
Yeah, go ahead.
The only thing about when Ulysses said that he felt disrespected and all that, here's the thing. When you were on my panel, I'm trying to talk to everybody I can on both the panel and the live chat. Okay? I just want you to know it was nothing personal against you. When you were on my panel, Ulysses, I'm trying to, get to everybody. It's called waiting your turn.
Exactly. And Jordan has told me, because I come in there and fucking someone's go guns blazing. Now, granted, sometimes I have limited time because of work, so I can only be on there for a little bit. So I try to get all my shit in, if you will, and all that. But like, I've always said this to people about the live streams. Oh, Sloppy's in here. Anyway, I've said this to people.
Hey, Sloppy.
I've said that if anybody doesn't like me, like that host a stream that doesn't like me talking, they could simply tell me to shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up, Chingan. Nah.
I would be like, it's my stream though, so I could talk.
Goddamn, 3 hours, and I thought it was gonna be like a 1 hour thing over here.
I was at least gonna try to go 2, but then I wasn't I was like it was gonna be. I was not expecting certain people to come in.
I think you can blame me and Dan for this. So
no, oh, he came in.
Yeah, Dan. Yeah, we were like, he was telling us about his burlesque show he went to. Yeah, but anyway, go ahead, Jordan.
I'm gonna go ahead and get going. Sloppy, I'm sorry to take off. Once you come in
here.
No,
fuck that. You don't like me or what, huh?
Hey, maybe when you have a stream, maybe I'll bounce. Maybe I'll make it okay.
Sure. No worries.
But anyway, as for everyone who participated in the live chat, I want to say thank you for for the comments and also the support, for both me and Chayton. And as for everything else, thank you so much. As for you, Ulysses, please move on, grow up, and please learn to live a life of peace. And if not, that's your problem, not mine. Anyways, Chayton, I'll see you sometime, maybe on Saturday, hopefully. And as for you, Sloppy, hopefully I'll jump on one of your panels, maybe when you go live. So, everybody, good night, take care, and have a great night.
Later, Jordan.
So I'm guessing this was a chase stream. I haven't seen it. I was busy doing something else.
Yeah, it was. We did kind of segue into certain things. That's usually how it happens.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was just kind of like a follow up. Like I'm still gonna do, because I did promise Umbrella I'll do it, and plus if it adds in entertainment, I did tell Umbrella though I'm gonna basically this is the main event that's gonna be like it's gonna be reverse. Basically, he's like this is the main course and he gets the appetizer, so he just gets the little bit. But as far as this goes, if I decide to say like anything else going forward regarding it, I will and I can, because again, what are you going to do about it? And also I will point this out here one more time. If you have a problem with me talking shit about you want to call it a session, what they are doing or what they don't do or what have you, again, go to Futon, go to Kevin, and if you want a real obsession, if you want a real fucking example of that, go look at him. Like I may share stuff or make mockery of certain things you do, but compared to what he does, yeah, I'm pretty happy at where I'm at.
Oh well, we'll have to most likely watch the whole stream later on. Are you gonna private it or are you gonna?
I'm gonna keep it up. I know his bitch ass is probably gonna try to take it down. Like the last time I made a stream dedicated to him, he's probably gonna try to take it down. It's always funny. I always think it's funny. You can have a girl on a stream accuse somebody of rape or accuse somebody of being this or being that. And that video, I know it's gone now, but that video doesn't get taken down or anything like that. But then when you say some hurtful things, like again, when I talk shit about him being a bastard and being abandoned as a kid and put in foster care because his mom couldn't fucking afford to keep his ass around, you know. And again, he talks shit about my mom, so therefore, you know, anybody thinking anything of it, tit for tat. I don't care. Like, you know, I don't care in terms of reasoning behind certain things. Anyway, you know, if I say something like that, that stream gets taken down. It's funny to me. Again, and I know, like, again, he claims he didn't know about the other chat. And again, I really don't give a fuck. But it's just funny to me that all the videos I did on certain people in the BHC, for example, none of those videos got taken down. Hell, there were some that could have easily been taken down for any copyright reasons. None of those videos were taken down to chant. There was no copyright strikes, nothing. Mysteriously, when I make one stream about Chase showing off his mugshot and all that, I magically it disappears, and the whole channel goes with it. So I thought, I always think that's funny. You could say it wasn't you, but it was you. If I cared that much, I would have. If I cared that much, I would have had. Like, if I cared that much and had more time on my hands, your whole channel would be gone. But I don't care enough to go and waste my time with that. I'll just fuck with you and talk shit and be funny.
Man, well, that's crazy that, you know, you guys are still, after what, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 10 years,
4 years. It ain't the first time he had a years long feud with people. I think one guy he almost feuded with 10 years. I don't want to be like that, you know. I'm not trying to fucking take this into fucking 2047 or whatever the
I
fuck.
don't know. You and him might be the new Kevin Daddy and Arthur Woodson. I don't know.
And the funny thing is, though, what's gonna make, even if that were true, what would make that fucking hilarious is I guarantee you, if they lived in the same city as each other, I guarantee you they would have already fought. Someone would have stepped up and just been like, "Yeah, I'll fight you." But
I don't know. But it takes a lot of buses for Arthur to get places. So.
Well, probably Kevin too, because I don't think he drives. So it would be like fucking both of them taking buses to try to meet each other. Like, oh damn, I missed my stop.
Yeah, see, so that it might be impossible even then.
It could be. I guess it depends on the scenario, right? It's just like, but yeah, I like, it's just something that, you know, I think that would happen. I've said the only way you can actually see it is, of course, I think I saw the game streams up with that.
Yeah.
Maybe I may finally finish the saga between those two, because it never had a proper ending. I may do that eventually. Who knows? But my point is,
I want to see what Mr. Dan thinks about this in the stream. I'm sure he had his viewpoints when it comes to
yeah, we talked about a bunch of different things. Like, again, I even said that, like, we talked about this earlier, but we may not agree on everything, but, you know, still doesn't change the fact that we're very close, you know. So it's like, it's not something that, like, he gives his opinions, I give mine, but at the end of the day, it's not going to hurt our friendship. It's not going to hurt anything like this.
Fuck Dan over here, call me Julio Cesar Chavez, huh? I'm just kidding.
Like, so yeah. So as far as he goes, like, you know, it's all good. We don't have to fucking like we're not gonna be cursing each other out like in 5 minutes or some shit. It's just because we're adults.
No, curse each other out every single day. Be like, you know what, Dan? I love you, but fuck you, man. And then he'll be like, I love you too. And then that's it.
We only have that type of argument when we talk about certain movies that we're on different sides of the fence in regards. That's like the only times we're ever really, or when he talks shit about my little chihuahua.
Ew, liberal chihuahua over there and shit.
No. My girl's dog is the liberal one because she's the liberal.
Oh, man.
No,
Oh
No,
shit.
but
What?
what's up?
No. Your mic went pretty loud on my headphones.
Oh, my bad.
You
But
scared me.
yeah, but yeah, I've said everything I needed to say on here. Again, like in regards to anything else, if I decide to, or decide, like if I'm gonna continue, I'm like I don't fucking care. But like, and the link is always open in regards to coming on the future Outcasts and all that, especially episode 1. That one's gonna. This was the taste, taste tester, if you will.
Yeah. Well, hey, if that's what you want to do, you gotta do. Hey, like I said, I enjoy drama and stuff like that. So I'm most likely, if it's someone yelling at someone else, I'm most likely gonna have my popcorn. But uh, hopefully, it's just mainly for entertainment, not like from what I see with you guys is borderline entertainment. Then it turns into I want to unalive you, and then it goes back to entertainment, and then it goes back to I want to you know where I live, I'm 20 minutes away. And so there's times I'm like, is it gonna happen or is it not gonna happen? Is this entertainment? Is this what YouTube?
It's like the old will they won't they type thing with that. And like I said, like with me, like he could, like, as far as like him wanting to do anything, if he knows, like I've told him, you know, like the time for fighting is over with me and him after the certain things he said, you know, as far, and again, for his better judgment, you know, a lot of people in my apartment complex know about him. And so again, it would not be wise to even set foot near here because again, a lot of people who have cameras in their places, again, don't like him. And, you know, they actually want to do something to him. And again, don't really like having people doing that. But if he sets foot in here, it's fair game. But that's what I'm saying. He just needs to know that, like the time, like any time I see him, let him walk away. I'll let him walk his set because and all that. Like again, I'm the only one in here that actually can take hits and dish it back out and have a laugh about it. You know, if he gets pissed off or butt hurt, oh boo hoo, cry me a river. Go back to sucking on your mama's teeth before she puts you back up for adoption.
Man,
So
you can't like I always tell you, I'm very transparent when it comes to these type of things. Like I think I heard you say this when I saw it in the beginning about him and his mother, I guess leaving him because of financial situations or whatever. But I guess you can't call someone out for that when I guess you have done the same thing.
fair. No, I get that.
Like when I heard that, I'm like, don't say that, Chan. You know,
No,
you dealt with that shit, so why would you even?
I've dealt with that. I will not. I will completely stand by that regarding that. But it's just like, again, he has no idea, nor do I need to explain to him what I went through or anything like that. And you know, like, and that could be the explanation why he's like that, is because he at least was the kid in the fucking foster system. I don't know, and honestly, I don't care. Again, if it pisses him off, then that's good. Like,
I know you're saying it to piss him off, but I think because for me, I don't like calling out people when I've done the same shit kind of stuff. So when I see other people say something that maybe they lived through it, in my head, I'm like, that's kind of hypocritical because you dealt with it, you felt the pain, you felt what was going on, you felt that your child, you couldn't be with her because of whatever, and you saying that to him kind of feel it's like you're bashing the same yourself, I guess I'm going to say, because you're bashing the mother for not being able to, I guess, keep the child, but you don't want them to bash you for doing the same thing.
Yeah, like I could see that. I think nowadays with me is that like if he says that, I expect that. You know, I'm not gonna
Like,
uh,
yeah. Go
like
ahead.
I'll
Go ahead.
basically describe it this way. Even me saying that makes me, if that makes me a hypocrite, I'll gladly be a hypocrite in that regard, and I'll gladly get some good shut eye because I know I'm not probably pulling my hair, or missing or all my real teeth out. You
Yeah.
know, I'm not probably sitting there in my whatever the fuck he does, probably blowing people for cash. Where he's
You're
sitting
crazy.
there and he's pulling his hair or his
Mhm.
remaining real teeth out because what all saying. Like I'm gonna get off of when I get off here. I'm gonna play some games. I'm gonna sleep next to him, and I'll be nice to Dan. The
Yeah.
my most beautiful and gorgeous, sexy, and just all around just
Mhm.
amazing woman that I've ever had the pleasure of knowing almost a year. Actually, that reminds me, after I'm done with this stream, I gotta wake her up and tell her happy 11-month anniversary.
Oh damn.
Um, because it's after one in my area. My
Oh
point
yeah.
is though, is I'm gonna do that and I'm not gonna lose any sleep. I'm not gonna think to myself, damn, I regret saying that.
Well, of course, you're
Um,
not gonna regret saying it,
yeah.
because you're upset, you're angry, you don't give a fuck about him. I
Well,
understand
I
that.
would say I'm not like, because trust me, I'm not like, I wouldn't even look at it as angry or upset, because it's like I know the game now. Like for the longest time, I kind of I took things a little more personally, where I can, what's the word I'm looking for, where I reacted more, I guess I could say, more aggressively, and so now, and feeling, I felt the need of not doing it or this, that, or third or whatnot, and now, or I would get off the stream and I would feel bad about it later. Now I'm gonna, like, I just don't care in terms of how it comes across, because if people want to say, oh, he said all these horrible things, he's a piece of shit, go fucking suck a cock. Go sit on a cactus.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Mhm.
I like, it's not
Yeah.
like, whatever you want to say about me as a dad, as a husband, as a boyfriend, as a fucking whatever the fuck. Like
Mhm.
whatever I'm doing behind the scenes or whatever the fuck, think that I can explain it. I could show endless amounts of proof. I could have multiple people come on and try to say their piece, and again, Jordan wasn't in here to back me. Um, like, I could have all of that fucking things right there. People coming in, have my back and all that, and they still will think that I'm this person. So at the end of the day, you could think whatever the fuck you want, and just know that with me doing this and pissing you off and all that, you know what? Mission accomplished. Again, I think the real person that's at fault here is Ulysses, because of the fact that I'm one of the very few people still to this day that gets under his skin. I've never had to tell somebody I'm going to kill them, nor stab them, and I'm referring to in any without self defense. I've never said any of that unprovoked. Never said any of that where it gets me so raged up where I want to fucking smash my screen or fucking throw a chair across the room. Or yes, I've yelled, but even now I realize that again, things like that, I expect it from people. So like if again, I've given Chase all the options he wants to, in regards to what he can do, what he can't do, and all this other stuff. If again, if you don't like whatever I fucking say, simple matter is, don't watch. Be a man and tell your friends to stop sending you shit, or you're gonna block them. Plethora of things. But as long as I piss you off and as long as I get under your skin, because again, you could say you're creeped out or saying this or saying that, whatever way you could try to sugarcoat it. the tone of your voice compared to how you are acting, two completely different things. And so again, I don't like. Do I expect him to respond? I don't know. He said he's going to take a break starting today. If he doesn't, he just once again proves my point. He's a hypocrite. If he decides to come back later on and respond, I don't care. But the fact is that like all it's doing is pissing him off. And again, like as I've said before, if I'm such a retarded special needs person who lives on disability like you say I am, and if I'm pissing you off and getting under your skin, then who is the retard? Because again, don't let any of these dimwits fucking get to me. So
yeah, well, yeah, I see it. But most likely, most of the viewers are gonna have their popcorn, and they're gonna see the discussions, if there's any discussions, or if it's just a monologue, insulting the individual, and people are gonna enjoy it. Everybody likes drama, and whoever says they don't, they're a fucking liar.
yeah, that's the thing. Again, even that, I used to be so against it, and so I'm not saying I'm all about it, but you know what? I don't like if I feel the need to say what I need to say, I don't care. You can say I'm into drama. You're saying I'm making a drama channel. Well,
KK, think your phone died, or
I'm still. Oh fuck.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I can't hear you right now. I don't know if the chat
Connecting to the
There you
thing.
go.
Can you hear me,
There you go. Yeah. I can see. I can hear you now.
motherfucker?
Yeah, but man, hey,
Give it a
most
minute.
likely I'm gonna have to watch this stream in tune. Like
Okay, I can hear you. I can hear you now. Yeah, what I was saying was I'm unedited, I'm unfiltered, I am authentic, and that is one thing that I always say. I will have your back. I will give you the shirt on my back, but again, I will never have an issue putting a motherfucker down in his place.
Well, I'm sure people are gonna maybe respond. I don't know. I watch this because it's entertainment. I don't give my inputs as much as I should because it's none of my business. I just call out once in a while when I see something that was painful for someone, to call out the other person for the same pain maybe the mother had. and that's and I will say it with ill intent or ill will. I don't but I also call out people that tend to say some things that might sound hypocritical to me. Maybe other people don't care, but me, when I see someone call out someone, like if a predator calls out another predator kind of thing, the same shit.
No, I get that. And that's the other thing, and I alluded to this earlier when I showed one of the streams where he got so mad when people were trying to convince him just to fucking do this. I'm not gonna fucking yell. I'm not gonna scream. I'm not gonna call who's coming in now. Oh, okay. So yeah, he's good. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
God damn! Every time I try to act in the stream, people want to.
Oh, you're gonna end it? Oh, my bad, shit.
Well, no. It's like I go on monologues, and then I'm like, fuck, and then someone else will come. I'm like, fuck, I'll let you in for a little bit.
Well, yeah. Then J-Man Jerry, you could take my spot. I gotta head out anyways. I just wanted to say what's up. I saw it online, so I just wanted to come in real quick and say what's up.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming in, Sloppy, and giving your input.
Yeah, but Dan, I'm waiting for that eggplant. I'm gonna see if you send it to me on my chat one day. I miss you. All right, I'm out of here.
Later, Sloppy.
Later.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Your stream's been going on for 4 hours. Holy shit.
Yeah, and it's been pretty consistent in terms of the viewership. Like it's been like, I think the most people I've had watching was like 21 or 22. and all that, and then and it kind of fluctuates. One moment it's like 12, one moment it's 14. Again, I'm sure certain people are watching, as I said earlier, pulling their hair and whatever's left of their real teeth out. So, it's just something that you know entertains me because again, hey, but like it's not difficult pissing people off if you know how to. But yeah, but how you been, man? Before I end this, how you been?
I've been doing all right, not too bad.
Yeah. Oh fuck, it's gonna got a semi
And
busy day tomorrow.
you're talking about Chase for 4 hours? Holy shit!
Yeah, well, we did go into a little segues here and there and all that. I wasn't
Yeah.
even planning on like if it was just me, like, cause for a moment I just thought maybe it was only gonna like the link was for anybody to come in, but the
Wait,
link was.
is that true? He regretted hanging out with Arthur Woodson.
I've heard that, and I got sense about it. It's fucking wild, and all that. He says it's not true, but then again, with a lot of things, he said he didn't rape Crystal. He said but also he's the same guy who said he made a lot of money before he moved into Crystal's place, and fucking lied to her and leached off of her for 2 months before she finally had enough and kicked his ass out. Again, it's a plethora of things that he has done over the years that just contradict every bit of detail. That's why I say, talk about me not having credibility. He is the one person, bro, with the least amount of credibility because he says, "Oh, I'm not going to talk shit about certain people or mention certain people," but what he does, he talks shit about people. And it's just something again, and again, he's the type of person that believes that he's in the right. I could show every bit of detail. I like even if I had his tax return, if I had his fucking credit card information of how much money he makes or how much money he begged off of his fucking deadbeat mother. Like even if I showed all that and it showed that he's a fucking bum, he would
Well,
still
he
say that
seemed to
that's
be
not
acting like he
true.
was balling when he was in Vegas, dude.
Yeah, and like I said, if you spend all that again, you spent $80 on taking pictures with some random women that you later said you wanted to slap, like you wanted to backhand, or I think he said he wanted to punch them.
Oh
Just because
shit,
they were
for real?
asking for money. Yeah, just because they were asking for money for pictures. Dude, you're in like imagine if you were in Cali, if you're in LA and you fucking because there are people that want to take pictures like with the fucking guys that are dressed up like Master Chief, like in GTA or something like that. Like a dollar store ripoff GTA, right? So it's the fact that that's just how they make their living. So like, hey, if I like, if I knew where he worked, and I don't really care to know. Again, I'm pretty sure that he doesn't work anywhere. What do you call it? Anywhere interesting. Again, he claims he made all this money. I think he said he claimed he made 100,000 or he saved up $100,000. And I'm like thinking, dude, you like from what I've seen, you live in a smaller apartment, almost as small as mine. You also fucking you also don't have a car. Like I'm at least authentic. Like I think we heard him say he's planning on buying a car. I'm like thinking you're probably just doing that because I said something about get my license earlier this year. I said by the end of the year I'm going to get my license. So again, trendsetter Chaden. So like always setting the trends that motherfuckers like him follow. I met people in real life from YouTube. He does the same thing. Again, it's just the idea that these fuckers don't understand that, and again, he could say whatever the fuck he wants about me and all this other shit. I'm not going to fucking go on here or I'm not going to get all mad and angry and all this other stuff.
He raped his ex. I don't even
Yeah,
know how that. She just
Crystal.
didn't want
Yeah,
to have sex with him anymore, and he was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna come after you then."
yeah. He ain't attempted to anally rape her.
Oh damn!
And again,
Wait, was that
there
her on
was
the call earlier, or was that like her friend, or who was that?
the girl, the 30-minute video that was actually an ex of mine. The other one, the one that had ZTB, myself, and a few others on that stream, that was Crystal.
Oh,
Yeah, and then of course we talked we talked about this, how he stole a friend's sex tape.
wait, he sold a friend's sex tape
No,
for money.
he stole it. He stole it
Oh, he
from his friend's
stole it.
phone.
Damn, did he send it to other of his homies, or did he just kept it?
I don't know.
He didn't give it to the BHC to watch.
I don't. Well,
I can
this is
see
before
Kevin
he
Daddy
met a
jerking
lot
off
of
to
people.
that. I don't know about
Yeah.
ZTB though.
Yeah, he met this was way before he met any of the BHC, from my understanding. But it's just a plethora of things that he has done over the years. He's talked ill will of the dead without any repercussion or apologizing for, and I'm talking authentic apology, not forced or just to save face. He's talked. He's again stolen sex tapes. He's robbed a disabled person in a wheelchair.
Damn.
His explanation was that guy was an asshole. I'm like thinking, but the dude's in a fucking wheelchair. I don't care if the dude's a fucking asshole. I'm just going to tell him to go fuck yourself if I even want to say that. I look
Right.
at it this way. Why would I and I know it sounds fucked up, but it's true. Why would I his money or whatnot? That's all he has, because he can't fucking do much else, at least with his legs, and it's a horrible thing. But it's just the idea that why would I want to make somebody who has a less fortunate life than me less fortunate? Come on now. I don't care what he's even if we call my girl a hoe, I'm just gonna say go, if anything, say go fuck yourself. I don't like it. It's like
Oh, he called your woman a hoe?
no. As far as I know, I don't think he ever did. Like again, my girl thinks he's like the ugliest motherfucker she's ever seen. And trust me, I did. She was the one, I've always gave her credit for this. She's the one that quoted this line, calling him a 50-year-old retarded Fred Flintstone looking motherfucker.
Wait, Harry is 50? I thought he was like 30 something.
No, he's in his 30s, but she says he looks so old. He looks like he's older than he is.
Yeah,
Trust me, I have
is he training to become a pro wrestler too? I saw him do the ring bumps and all that.
Well, hopefully with how he was running the ropes and taking that bump, I hope not, because he's gonna suck. He's gonna, but yeah, it's like he just needs to understand that, again, as I've said, if he doesn't want the smoke, simple thing, do what you've said you were gonna do for all these years and leave YouTube.
I also saw
because
he was on a
nobody wants
helicopter. He spent a lot of money to get on a helicopter.
Probably. I don't know how much he spent on it, but it's the old saying when he's like, "Oh yeah, I did this, I did that, I've done all this." But like, congratulations. Do you want a cookie? No one cares. Like
He's got
the
a
only
lot of
thing
belts too.
the only thing I say is that you're a fucking idiot. I saw the picture of where he was sitting at WrestleMania. Like him wasting $3,000 on that seat. I'm sorry, but you're a fucking idiot. I'm not
I heard he
jealous.
complained about it too.
Yeah. I'm not jealous. I'm not envious of him. I don't care. I just think he's a fucking moron, because if I don't care how much money you make, I don't care how much fucking money you had to leech off your deadbeat mother. The fact is that you wasted $3,000 on a fucking, basically a nosebleed. Like I will sit pretty knowing that when I went to the Royal Rumble at the Alamo Dome in 2020, 2023 and 2017 and '07 that, when I, like, no matter where I was sitting, I could actually see the screen and see the ring, and I had a good time. And I didn't spend plethora of money on it. I spent my money on Meet and Sting, DDP, fucking buying an Uncle Howdy mask, doing shit like that, buying some merch.
Oh, nice.
So I'm fucking fine with that. I'm fine with paying $30 for 2 nights of TNA that he fucking punked out of in terms of confronting me. And I went there and had a good time, had good seats, got a good view of the ring. And then also when I went to, now granted I worked this event, but I worked Saturday night's main event and fucking, and again, I knew he wouldn't have the balls to do it while I was at work, but he could easily have done something afterwards. He did do fucking shit. So like, again, like at the end of the day, regardless of any videos or streams or anything that I may make on him any further, case in point, I'm happy with my life. Like, I have the woman of my dreams. I love her to death. And I have a plethora of friends that I can go to and all that. So I have my mother who again had a wonderful time with today, had a wonderful time with yesterday as well. I have everything I want in life that money cannot buy.
Yeah.
And
I know
Go
this is
ahead.
off topic, but I was talking to Eric Melendez today. He's like all pissed off on the stream. I think because of Dark Horse.
Yeah, he tried to come in earlier, and I'm like, you know what? You could complain or do anything on other streams, but I consider Dark Horse a friend. I'm not gonna fucking let him
I
in
would
just
just
to
be
talk
careful
shit.
because Eric Melendez does like to porn bomb live streams.
That too. Now, the final thing I'll say, going back to what I just said, is that I am happy with everything. I don't have to leech off anybody. I don't have to do this. I don't have to do that. I am happy to know that I have everything I want in life. And Ulysses, he will always want more, more, more. He will never be satisfied. He will never be truly happy. And he will always be, despite what he wants to think, he will be truly alone. Because like I've said with someone else, when he dies, no one's going to give a flying fuck about him. I don't hate him. I'm not going to go urinate on his grave. I may, if anything, I may do a Drew McIntyre
Claymore kick.
No. You know how Drew McIntyre, when he made that shirt about CM Punk, where it was like his WrestleMania dreams, where you're still sitting on the graveyard and all that. Morbid as this sounds, I will gladly go to his tombstone and fucking sit there and fucking pose and take a selfie and post it wherever and do the peace sign while sticking my tongue out, just for shits and giggles. So. Because again, as I've noticed with him, he has very bad breathing issues. I've been walking for the last probably 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes, and I'm still pretty, I'm sweating a little bit. I'm not I'm just walking around at almost 2 a.m. because again, this is my area. I don't have to worry about any shit, all that stuff. And yes, he is still mad at you. I even, when I had a call, I think Jay was in that call with us. I was like, I'm like thinking, Jesus Christ, you anytime that name is brought up, he just goes ape shit, or as he like say ghetto. But yeah, so like I said, I am happy. I am the happiest I can ever be right now. Nothing is going to ruin that. Not a Ulysses, not anybody else. And again, I will, what's the word I'm looking for? I will be, what do you call it? I know the one thing that I have people that have my back. I have people that are my friends. I have people around me. And Ulysses will always and forever be alone. Because no matter what, it has been proven he can't make a woman happy. And, It's
So
like,
is he's the kind of person, if a girl rejects him, kind of like Kyle Hawkins, right? He's
yeah,
kind of like a Kyle. Oh shit.
yeah, because
Damn.
like look at what my ex is. Like literally, he literally had to bring a chick on just because I made jokes about him fucking trying to date her, which he was. It's been proven. Like the only like I've always said, it's the people that believe his shit don't matter. Like they don't matter to me. Like if anybody who fully and truly believes his shit, they don't matter. They'll never matter. So like he says, a lot of people have done this or cut ties with you. A lot of people have cut ties with you, and you have no one to blame but yourself. Like I could
I'm
say be
guessing he tried
better.
to vilify you in the past, and now it seems like a lot of the dark stuff, like a lot of his past, is starting to come up.
Yeah, because again, like for example, when he tries to bring up the stuff from 4 years ago with me and my ex and my daughter, like you weren't around during that period. Everybody who has a brain comes up to me and says, all I'm hearing is like baby mama, like typical baby mama drama. Like nobody looks at me and says, "Oh my God, you did this," or if anybody says, "Oh, you did this to animals," or "You did this to that," nobody ever comes to me and be like, "Oh, I can't," how many I think there's only been one person, and I don't have an issue with him. If he wants to make that decision, I'm not going to fucking fault him. I won't say his name, but I think only one person has legit either blocked me or cut ties. And again, if I actually care about people blocking me, I would have fucking thrown a temper tantrum over it, but I don't. If that person wanted to do that because of Ulysses, that's cool. I don't care. You know, you know, but like my point is though is that he he doesn't like, and again, I guarantee you, if this stream, which again, nothing I did was anything he can't copyright. Again, the video I showed earlier was from TikTok.
Does
But
he keep
like
taking down your streams? Is he the one that keeps false flagging your videos?
yeah, because again, I've made videos on the BHC back in the day. Literally, the Che account was literally basically the like Bio calls himself the BHC defender. I call him the Hamburglar. But like I was basically the BHC destroyer. And funny enough, they never took any of those videos down. Fun fact though, when I made that one stream about Chase, he fucking not only took the video down, he took the whole channel down. Which again, despite what anybody says, I don't give a fuck. The only downside of having that channel gone was that it was at least a way for me to comment on Jordan Staines so he could see it. Other than that, I don't care. It wasn't anything I had anything on. And even with him, even hypothetically speaking, even if he takes this channel down tomorrow, I don't care. The only thing I'm going to be losing is fucking my movie, my digital movies or my digital shows. You know what? I've got 90% of them on fucking Blu-ray, DVD, or 4K. So it's not going to be a bother to me. And if I don't, I can easily go and buy them. It's not something that's going to fucking haunt me. I can easily make a new channel just to comment, just to do whatever. I don't care. The end of the day, I like this. If this channel got taken down tomorrow, I still know people will still talk about it. Like again, nobody really talks about Ulysses' channel. Nobody watches his channel. Like even I heard the video he did where he was doing the running the ropes like a retard that got less views than fucking mine one did, and I have less subscribers than him. So again, I repeat, just shows you that that his subs are not real. He is so like the funniest thing of all this is one moment he says this is again to prove the inconsistency with him. And I'll leave it at this. One moment he says that he is that someone gave him a shout out on his channel, and that's what got him to the subs he's got now. And in the next moment, he said that I'm the reason why, or I bought subs for his channel. I'm like thinking, dude, even if I wanted to, why in the fuck would I waste money on on you? Even if it was to take down your video or channel, I would just go and flag it if I really had the effort to. But and he does have a history with taking people's videos down. He's done that with DH. He's done that with other people. He's done that with me. So it's not like it's something that he wouldn't do. Again, the old saying is he could dish it, but he can't take it. And that's the story of Ulysses Anthony Perry, the bastard son of a deadbeat mother.
Bastard son of a dead. Wait, so he doesn't have like a father figure in his life?
As far as I know, he doesn't talk about his dad.
Oh,
So, and his mother gave his mother couldn't handle the burden of taking care of him, so she put him up put him up in a foster care system for a while. So. Again, I know Sloppy talked about this earlier. I know I had my own instances regarding my daughter, but yes, it could be similar, but it was different. And to be frank with you, is that, again, as someone who went through that himself, he shouldn't be judging others for their situation. Just like, and I'll show this to end the stream, just like, let me actually, give me a second. Just like he shouldn't be talking about anybody's weight or anybody's stain when he's got these fucking milkers right here.
wait, who's that?
That's Ulysses.
No. Well, he said he's been improving his lifestyle lately.
That was him less than a week ago. That was during WrestleMania week.
Oh, he was he was all motivated to hopefully pick up chicks in Vegas, right?
Yeah, probably no one didn't want his saggy tits and his ugly face.
Oh.
Again, he has fucking, like, I when I was watching that one video earlier on this stream, I noticed he fucking had I don't know what the fuck he did to his face, and like, who knows, it could be steroids, I don't fucking know, but if he's taking steroids, it's not doing any wonders for you. But like, he has like all these holes on the side of his face. I don't know if that's from when he lost his front teeth. I don't fucking know. But
is he doing meth?
He could,
That sounds
like, I don't know.
Sounds like some hardcore drug shit.
I'm not gonna play the whole video again, but let me just give you an idea of what I'm referring to. Where is it? Oh, well, let me show this real quick. Like I should have shown this earlier, but these are fucking some quotable lines from fucking Ulysses in terms of how he gets too angry with things.
I wish I could kill your fucking ass.
Like that, and then this one.
What's it about, you asshole?
Damn, was that his conversation with you?
No, it was someone else. I think I have that video. I think I'm gonna up or premiere it
Was
tomorrow.
that towards Jordy or Dan earlier?
No, nobody that's been on here. No.
Oh,
But
okay.
here's the other thing I'll show this so you get the idea of what he like. If you look at his face.
This thing ain't even recording. You can tell this is a red light blinking. Freaking, god damn. Anyways, Mason,
Yo, what's up?
did you have fun?
I had a hell of a ton of fun.
Did you have plenty to eat?
Plenty to eat
Plenty
today.
to drink? Plenty to devour? Plenty to suck on?
Pretty much.
Plenty to spank?
Hell yeah.
There you go. There you go. Now we both did. We've been there for about what time is it?
It's like 6:19.
So we've been there for 2 hours. God damn. So it was freaking worth it, people. So I'm done. Lennon, for God's sake, stop messaging him while he's trying to have fun. Cock blocking little goblin. God damn. What? He was. I know it was him. I know it was him. No, who was messaging?
It's on the
him?
other
Tell him.
side. I'm waiting for him to show the other side of his face.
Lennon, you dumb piece of shit. I know, don't do it. It's a sin. It's a sin. Dude, go back to cleaning your cane. Let him have some fun, dude. Shit. Nah, but I mean, it's really hanging out with you and stuff. I mean, shit, I've been hanging out with different people and stuff like that, just trying to everyday birthday weekend. Oh man, I'm not drunk yet. I'm not drunk. I only had like a few drinks. I'm not drunk yet. So fucking hey. I got a camera just here. Yeah, but this was fun. The second year in a row being at Tiffany's. And same girl.
Yeah, there's the holes on the side of his face.
Hell yeah.
People can pause it to see, but yeah, you see the sun hitting it.
Who?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah,
well,
he clearly has some skin issues and all
Oh.
that. But yeah, like again,
Those are probably just pores, but when was that? Because I thought Mr. Dirt Mason doesn't hang out with him anymore.
that was last year.
Oh, it was last year. Okay, so he tried hanging out with both of you guys.
Yeah, and then it just like I'm kind of glad we didn't hang out like me and him. And again, he was very mentally abusive to people like Mason and Lennon. Again, that's why when I say he's an abuser, being an abuser doesn't just mean that you're physically abusive. That means you're abusive like mentally. So yeah, at the end of the day, I'll finish it off with this because again, I keep saying I'm into it, but here we are. I'm gonna end it with this. He's a
Okay.
fucking abuser. He's a fucking rapist. Again, like it ain't defamation because again, unless it affects your job or affects anything like that, you have nothing to fucking say.
Why didn't the victim call the cops? I'm just curious about that. Like, press charges against him.
Oh, referring when he raped because I don't
Yeah.
know. You know the old saying with some of these women, they don't do it till they don't do it till like 5 years later or 10 years later, what have you.
Yeah, just like out of the blue when you already moved on. It's like
Yeah, I don't know. He says he's still cool with her, but I find that hard to believe because if he really wanted to put all of this to rest, he could easily have her on. But again, even with that, it was confirmed that he forced my ex to be on that stream to fucking say the shit that she said. She's no saint either. I'm going to be honest, but still, it's just the idea that he forced her and pestered her to be on the stream. So it's just the idea that like even if he had her on and she said that nothing happened, I guarantee you it's fucking just because he forced her on there. Again, and I'll make that joke. It wouldn't be the first time he forced himself on her.
oh,
So with that, I'm gonna call it a night. It is almost 2 a.m.
yeah, for
I
sure,
had
man.
fun.
Yeah, you
Thank
take
you.
care. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too, man. Shout out to Jay for coming in at the end and asking some questions. And yeah, like I said, we'll see if he fucking decides to respond to this in any way. If he does, he's a fucking hypocrite. Because again, today he's supposed to start off his vacation from YouTube. How long that lasts, I don't know. And honestly, if anything, he should stay gone. No one wants him. He brings nothing to the table. So anyway, Chase, Ulysses, Anthony Perry, you're a pathetic, worthless, useless loser. And, if you have an issue with what I'm saying, what are you going to do? Not a goddamn thing. So I appreciate everybody for coming on. Shout out to everybody. There's so many people, so I can't really get to every person individually. But, shout out to Jordan, Dan, and Jay for coming in, for having, and Sloppy, for having some conversations, and giving their side on things. So with that, let's see. I'm trying to see. Do I have anything I can use as an outro? Fuck it. I'll use this. Give me a second. Where is it? Here we go. I'll use that as the outro. Anyway, y'all take care, and I will see you all on May 14th with Chapter 1 on the Network 3000. Till then, take care, guys.
This is the Sinister Minister, Father James Mitchell, and you are listening to Hangman Charlie on the Hangman Outcast. May you all burn in hell.